Hello, hello, how are you? I hope you're doing well. If you're watching on YouTube, you can catch us live at twitch.tv/otakusmile2. And if you are watching on YouTube and you like what you see, maybe leave a like, maybe leave a comment, maybe even a little subscribe. And if you don't like to see, feel free to leave a dislike and tell me why. Either way, I hope you're having a wonderful day, and let's get into this. Okay, let me get the game up and started. Let me make sure everything's how I would like it. Because the hedge does not always leave it how I'd like it. In fact, yeah, my biggest hatred. I don't mind most of it. What's that? Oh, just don't care. Alright, Alright, let me get the thing showing here. Oh, and let me change the music too, actually. Now that I think about it. What am I doing? I mean, the music is epic as all get out, but it's not what I'm looking for. But luckily I'm in the deep dark. I'm safe. We be changing the music. There. There we go. There we go. Nose eating his snacks. There we go. Alright, good music. Safe place. All that jazz. As I've said before, I am changing things up. Just a little bit. I do like how that looked a little bit, so that I was leaving that. I do remember that. But that this is getting changed out and becoming a different building. That's what's happening here. Sorry, I had to remember what I was doing. A second. It's been about... I'm not sure how long. I'm not even sure how long that's been there. I mean, I'm sure I put it there at some point, but I don't know why. Maybe it was to make a point about something. Oh, if I haven't eaten in a wee bit. Apparently. Just a reminder, this is my Bedrock world. I mean, you can see some of the changes I've started to make here. In the ancient city. We've been working on that for a while. I'm going to get back to that now, but, yeah. Oh, fell on that. I am trying to make a decision on what I would do overall. I haven't decided. I mean, I do know what this is going to be. I meant for the day. I'm trying to decide what I'm going to do for the day, you know? Because, I mean, like, why not, right? And if yes, well, okay. But I do know I want to move this back and make it an entirely different building. I decided that months ago, actually, when I decided to change up what I was going to do here. And I mean it when I say months. Yeah, so that... Oh, hello, Dragon. My wisdom. Monk fruit sweetener is a little bit sweeter than sugar. So be careful how much you put into, like, a coffee or whatever. Because sometimes it ends up way sweeter than you intended. Even though it doesn't feel like it should be. I mean, I like it. Let me be clear. I actually like this stuff. That's why I'll use it. Not just because it's like, diet friendly or anything. I actually like monk fruit. It is sweeter. So sometimes I'm like, yeah. Like, if I haven't had it for a couple days and I've had the sugar because that's what was in the house, and you go back and then it's like, yeah, that's a little bit sweeter. Gotta remember that. And when I say a little, I mean a lot. Like, I had 2 spoonfuls of sugar. It's like, yeah, that's a little sweet. In comparison to 2 teaspoons, I mean, not tablespoons, teaspoons of monk fruit. It's like, whoo, boy. Nothing wrong with that, though. I'm just saying it. Like, if it was some wisdom, that's my wisdom. Although they work, well, also don't, like, be careful with what kind of, like, sugar you use to bake as well. I mean, I guess that's another one. Sometimes it does not come out as well as you think it will. Anyway, as you can see, the building here is, I haven't worked on it since the last time I was here, but, yeah, shut up. I'm trying to make decisions on what I want to do. I don't know. I guess I could do it like that. And then I have slabs. I'm trying to decide how I want it to look. Because this is the guild building. Oh wait, was I using slabs? That explains so much. No, I was using these, but what I'm doing is slab. And then that goes up to here, slab, slabbage. Let's see how that looks from the bottom. I don't know if I like that or not. I kind of want to see that. You know, I mean, I'm kind of doing this kind of look for the building. If it looks good, I'll probably keep it and do it on both sides. But if I don't like it, I need to know now. I kind of think it looks cool. What do you think? Like a mix of modern and medieval almost. Not really, but like castle-y, yet modern. Which sounds very dumb. But what I'm saying, what I'm really going for is just kind of like, it's a fantasy build. I mean, to be fair, this is a guild hall. This isn't going to have too many shinies. I mean, there will be shiny things here, too. I mean, you'll have lanterns. Oop, apparently we have a skeleton over there. A low sniper. No. Yeah, I know, you're a... Yeah, give me that. How's my armor looking? It looks fine. It looks fine. But I mean, there'll be other buildings that'll have shiny things in it, I'm sure. Like, I mean, these are going to be shops and stuff. You gotta remember, this is an ancient city. Being revived, like, turned into an RPG-esque, like, underground mining city. Oh, kitty wants out. Give me a second. Let me let my kitty out. Go on, little one. But you have to go use the... Oh, no, you just want that? Make a decision, baby. Door's closing on you. You want to come back in? No? He'll be back in half a second. He seems confused. He probably just is feeling... He just finished a snack. Let's put it that way. Oh, why did I even bother pausing? You know, why do I ever bother pausing Bedrock? Is a question I have no answer for. I probably should at some point try to come up with an answer for it. No. It was not. It was, it wasn't very much. He has tummy issues, so occasionally we give him a little bit of yogurt for his tummy. I know you're not supposed to give too much milk to cats, but at the same time, he's gonna eat it out of my bowl anyway. I wish I was kidding. But it's mostly for the biotics for his tummy. And when I say little, I mean tiny, like super tiny amount. You know? It just But, no, yeah, exactly. Gotta love Basuna Cats. Gotta love him a lot. He's a sweetie pie. We want to keep him healthy. Honestly, if he wasn't as, like, fit and skinny as he was, I'd probably be more concerned to do it, but he... let's just say has certain types of issues with digestion and stuff, and, it does seem to help a little bit. Not a lot, though. Not a lot. Not a lot for him. Not a lot. We don't want to do that. That's too... That's obviously not a good idea to do too much, but... a little bit, I think, is a safe bet. If you will. I need to go dump stuff. Yeah, I need to go dump stuff. He's already back. Like I said, he was just a little confused because he finished his little snack. Yeah. Maybe I'm not. I heard you. You know, that was my stream, baby. You can be out there some more. Oh, is Hedgecat still out here somewhere? That's it. He's not back. I think his sister's out there. Because the hedge didn't take her to bed. She's just like, oh, Hedgecat will walk over to her eventually. But unfortunately, for me, really, if Suna knows the Hedgecat is free, he does not believe that he should be in this room, even though if the Hedgecat was not free, he would have no care in the world about it, you know? Tried to ask the hedge, but to no avail, so it's fine. He'll be back. If the Hedgecat goes back to the hedge wolf, then he'll definitely be back, and if she doesn't, well, he's still probably back eventually because he'll be tired of just not being in here. But it does get it frustrating a little bit. But at the same time, like I said, I have yogurt myself that he can't have. And I'm just going to eat it. Alright. So, this is about 2 in. Nope, 2 over here. There he is. Now the Suna is back. Maybe. Feel alone in that? I'm not leaving. I'm not done streaming. Just because you don't want you not alone in the stream. Come on. Come on. We're just gonna let him be. Oh, I forgot to grab the blocks. It hasn't been 5 minutes yet. Don't think I grabbed that block. There. I guess I'll... Oh dear. How adorable. That'll be the troublemaker plus the cuddliest one. Well, that doesn't necessarily mean that's going to be the case. Or, well, I guess they might do it. But like the hedge, well, not the Hedgecat. Hedgecat will come cuddle, but for example, Lasana, you know, she's one of the cats I've mentioned that we have. She doesn't come and sit on the laps. She likes to come cuddle nearby, but she doesn't actually like laps. And believe me, this is after extensive years of trying. Alright, I'm removing some of these blocks. Because it's a lot easier to tell where things are going to be. But if they do, I'll do it. That'll be adorable. Definitively. I'm realizing I think I took my way forward. There we go. I still can get up. Alright, so then the first place that they go is here. Bop. 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 And bop. And then these go in the middle, like so. Nice and smooth there. Oh, there he goes. Let's try this a third time. In my way that he is a free bird, or a free soul right now. He'll be back. I guarantee it, but I think he's just decided, haha, you're not gonna you're not gonna make me. And it's just like, yeah, I will, cat. I will. Alright, I'm gonna remove this as well. Like I said, oops, is this the silk touch? Room, yeah. Because something like that. What he really wants is for me just to not stream. He believes that all of my time should be dedicated to Suna and only Suna. Yeah, I'm gonna ignore you for the minute, baby. I'll be back for you in a minute, but like on my time. Crap. I fell. Hello, Doodle. How you doing? I hope you're doing well. This is my Bedrock world. I mean, I don't think it's all that impressive, but hello, hello. No, that's what this is. Let me remove this as well. Alright, I'm glad to hear that you survived. It's a pleasure having you here. There we go. We're just gonna keep going across like that. I'm out of blocks because I need to make more. There we go. I've had this one since, what is it, August? Maybe July or June. I'd have to go back and check when the first VOD was. I don't remember. It's been a while. Honestly. Let me think, because this is my Bedrock world. I guess I could quickly check, but I don't know. It really has been ages. I mean, if I go around and I go show some of the things I've done, it'll make it more obvious than just in here. Because, I mean, this has got some stuff to it and all that, but, like, I mean, it's not that obvious, I'd say. Alright, 1, 2, how much is this one to go forward before it goes up? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like that. But if I had to guess, it's definitely been since, like, I don't know. I really don't know. It's been a long time. I mean, because this is just a survival world. It's not like it's hardcore or anything. Although apparently that's coming to Bedrock, but this is not that. Yeah, I could check, I guess, as long as I'm down here anyway. Maybe. Let me see. I mean, that's if I can get on to other things. Hopefully I don't take the stream. I'll go check, though. I mean, I'm safe down here. There's nothing that's going to get me. I should probably let Sina back in. Let's see if he'll actually come in now while I try and check. I don't know if I can, though. Cat, are you going to come in? Can I come in? Come on, Sina. I know. But if he wants to be in here, he can be in here. He just actually has to come in. Let's see. Well, let's put it like this. I think I've had it over 6 months. I'm pretty sure. But maybe not. Not sure. I am not. About 6 months. This world's been about 6 months, it looks like. Maybe. Somewhere around about. Yeah. So this world's about 6 months old. A little over, probably closer to 7, but around there. Fair enough. I mean, to be fair though, I build. I do. I can go upstairs in a minute and show you what I've been doing. Other things I've done that honestly make it easier to play. And I mean, that's just this world. My Java world's been going for about 8 months, I think. Or so, maybe. Although I haven't been out in ages, but I'm not against going on that one as well, mind you. See, I've done all this repairing work. That was annoying, but it worked. In fact, why don't we go back upstairs a second and I'll show you some of the stuff I've done. Most of it's more recent, but like, obviously the lighting up and stuff as well. And I've only been doing this part of the world, the city down here, since October. And then the stuff upstairs is also basically since, like, November, some of it. I've done other stuff, too, mind you. I haven't just, it's just, a lot of it's clear out and stuff. And stuff. Yeah. Here, I'll go upstairs and show you some I've got. That makes it easier. Let me put some of those of the blocks I don't need to take up with me. I'll put that stuff down. I'll take the other stuff with me. But I mean, yeah, I mean, you can see here I've done all this. Actually digging this out, mind you. I didn't just, like, build it in. I dug it out instead. Because I went and found the ancient city, and it was within... Well, I knew it was in the I couldn't remember exactly where, but I knew it was supposed to be within like 2,000 blocks because I was not going to play a world where these things would not be within a certain limited area. Nothing wrong with that, mind you. Alright. At some point, I'm going to just actually make an actual, like, elevator and stuff here, but... And I know I could have taken the other way, but this way is just... I don't know. I'm so used to doing it this way because of I only recently fixed my nether issue. I was having some real issues. But I've done some stuff up top just to kind of show. Nothing here. My area is over a while away. Over there. But the whole point is to kind of live in the desert / mesa. I started out with it being that someone had to redeem to send me out and someone had to redeem to send me back in. With a pretty cheap redeem, but at this point I'm just like, if you ask me to leave, I'll leave. Kind of thing, but I'm not going to be doing any like major building out there. Because mostly I want to live here. I have plenty of space to just sprawl out. About 5,000 blocks worth. Well, I say 5,000. It's more like 60,000 or so square feet, probably. And that's on the I'm just going for the lower end of what it would probably be about. And obviously, that entire ancient city is underneath the mesa, so, you know, it's all good. It's all good. Can't eat right now. Yeah. I mean, I gave myself a pretty fair amount of space. I wasn't just going to be like, well, okay, that wasn't exactly it. What I ended up doing is, also, we had to import our villagers outside for reasons. And, well, we were importing animals, because we have to do that for a desert everything. We also got a panda. Look at this guy. I got a brown panda. How? I don't know. But I did. So actually, no. But, for example, some of the things I've done... I built this pretty early on. Oh, soon he wants back out. He's done laying in. Obviously, he had some milk. Okay. Love you, baby. Well, that wasn't really why. I wasn't really paying attention to how large it was. I only realized afterward how big it actually was. But see, I built this for the bunnies that I have here. That was like... I was worried I was going to have to use bunny leather. So I got unique looking bunnies. From the desert. I didn't, like, leave to get these guys. Or anything. And I picked up the saplings for the jungle wood before we started the challenge exactly. Like, I gave myself about, like, 10 minutes to grab what I was going to need until somebody else would send me back out. I mean, eventually people did, and I found things, and this world is insane, although it's not really insane anymore, I don't think. It was just insane during that, time, but, like, I built this. I built this area. I'm eventually going to put the villagers in. This is Hicklebottom. Is there. We have Mystic Lippy Clop down in this area. Yeah, this is the Doofenshmirtz. But, yeah. Plenty of space to just be. It's just, obviously, you have to go out to get things, like trees and stuff. Well, not really trees, but, to get, like, cows and stuff. And that was, like, the first reason I was sent out, was because I had no cows. and I was going to just have to live with the thank you. Well, basically what we kind of turned this into is we're making a... It's not really an RPG, obviously, because I have no knowledge on how to do it. But it's kind of like some of the villages and stuff. I'm doing villages and stuff based around the idea, kind of what I'd love to do if I was like... Design games. So this would be like a starter village kind of thing. You could see around. I mean, that's kind of what I was going for here. That's why it's kind of squat kind of thing. Like an area like this where you would go into certain... This would be like the Adventurers Guild is this building. I have to eventually remove the vines from this and actually to give it a door and stuff. But you'd have this be like the request wall / board. You'd have the little guys, people here, you know, do all that. And then obviously the different areas you would go to complete quests would be these houses. So you have like Mrs. Higglebottom here. So you would maybe have to like bring her some laundry soap. Ideally, like eventually I'll put the items that you would have to get them inside kind of thing, or what their quest would be. Mr. Glippy Glop. Again, it's very simple. Still don't have a name for Sir. I guess he's just Sir. He's a knight that's not the best at his job. But then you also have the shops, as you can see. So this shop is the toolsmith / weaponsmith kind of thing. You just all your ironworks in here. And here we have the stonemasons. Colorful, bright, pretty kind of idea. Actually, yes, it does. It was given a name... I don't remember how long. It's been a while, but it's Phoenix Village. It got named on one of the streams a while back. So I was like, I'm looking for names for villagers, and instead I got named for it. But like I said, we got the different stores. We got that one's out. I haven't finished that one. Or this one, but this one is like a little... It's like they're being so hoity-toity, but they have the smallest shop kind of thing. They are the Fletcher. You have a little church in here I haven't finished. Library. Again, you can tell what I have finished and what it doesn't finish. This is just a nice little cartographer, map maker kind of thing. I know I could have a farmer. Well, I guess technically I would, but... Potato farmer Mr. Russellman. Although I don't know if I would actually want to turn this guy into a potato fire. But he'd be like Mr. Potato Sailor. That'd be normally how like you would think of him. Would be the idea. You only find out his name like in 2 scenarios. One is really good, one is really bad. But yeah, I do have ideas. There's so much space. So it takes time. And obviously I'm not the best of builders. So it's very simple, but that is part of the idea. It is meant to be kind of more like that. And then other things that are not completed, by the way, is the Assassin's Guild. I need to get around to actually completing this building at some point. I still haven't. My base is down here, though, with all my fish. With all the names that they have that have been given to me. Each fish gets a name. But this is my base. And as I said before, the part of the reason why we're on Bedrock, or for one of the worlds, is I just love the color of the water. I wish, like, Java had some of that, because it's just so pretty. Like, the mesa, that's why I like to build in mesas and deserts. It's gorgeous. Coloration for that. But this is my starter base area. I never really finished. I've been so busy working on other things, I've never completed my base. You can kind of see there's my storage room. Speaking of which, is it this one? No. This one? Yes. Yeah, my puppers. I named. My very special cows that I got on a trip out because they're so close by. I thought I was going to just have to use them. And then I didn't, so they're my special pets. And then I have another town, which is why it's kind of funny that We need to import the villagers for this town. Let me see if I can't get there. As you can see, I've got some lay paths of stuff from fishing. Well, you need to level up fast, you know. But I could go show the other village as well. I'm pretending I can't hear for the moment. I'll go back to him in just a second. I need him to actually, you know what? I'll let him in. I'll let him in. If he actually wants to come in, this is his chance. Are you coming in or not? Thank you. You can't make me stop streaming, baby. Good boy. No. That's a village that already exists. I've done very, very little to it. What I'm talking about. It's over this way. When I say a small village, I mean like it's a desert village that already existed in this world. There's several. You can't have mine. You finished yours. That's on you, cat. But like I've only done like the tiniest bit of work to it. Let me go over there and see if I can't get there. Well, my cat is being super rude. This is named James Bond. I don't actually remember what it was named that. Oh, wait, no, that's right, because James Bond. That's right, I remember. It's been a while. The pond get named like week 1 or so. The sea is also named, by the way. Or ocean. It's amazing that it's just like so much. But yeah, I see you, kitty. The other village is just, it have been faster to go the other way, but I was focused on cat, and so I went the longer, harder way. Yes, the cat was covering the screen with his tail. Oh, who could I be talking about? Well, he's very cute, though. And lovable. Like, it's like right over this horizon. Like I said, since I gave myself the desert and the mesa, I have so much space. And we just choose to have the rivers be part of them, because the fact of the matter is, otherwise then you'd be very stuck and very restricted kind of thing. So, if it connects to on both ends, mesa / desert, it counts. That's how we go about this. But we don't build on it. I mean, I can get there anyway. It's not that hard, but it's like right over here, I think. I mean, well, you'll be able to tell when I get there. Yeah, we're just gonna take this teeny tiny bit of desert here. This is called our crossing point. That's a shattered savanna over there, by the way, and a mangrove swamp, of which there's about 20 on this world. Like, we got all the warm biomes. If you want a warm biome, what I'm doing currently, it has it. You want a cold biome? Yeah, you want anything that's truly cold? Well, you're out of luck. Give up on that. Whenever the villager changes come, we're not getting the ice boots. That's for sure. The frostwalker. It can't happen. Okay, I'm using that as my guide because I know it's like right by it. It's like right up here. And then I'll take the easier way on the way back. I mean, there is snow on like mountaintops. Let's see. Can you tell where it is? I mean, obviously it's a village. There's about, as I've said before, there's about 20 or 30 or so. Like there's one there, and then there's one right over there, and there's one over there, and there's one over there. Depends on how far you want to walk. But obviously I've done projects here too, so it's not just, yeah, this is where you kind of gotta just be like, yeah, I'm just gonna swim. We count it for a reason. It's not because we like cheating. It's just like, come on. But yeah, the reason we're here is for the good color water. This really isn't. It's a nice color, but gotta get into here to get that lovely, just kind of beachy water, you know? Really beachy, really colorful. Really kind of greenish blue. I love it. But yeah, this is the village in question. So things I've done here is I rotated this about 90 degrees and added this little walkway at the front so that it can be my, although I haven't moved the stuff in yet, but it's gonna be a temple one day. And then this is gonna be the main street here eventually. And then I've also restructured all the buildings to be just a little bit more kind of like this. But I mean, as you can see, it's not a lot. It really isn't. A lot of these were already like this. Like I think this one was in this one. I just kind of put it more together. This is already all like this. I haven't changed anything on this side. Literally only changed about this side. But all the blocks were already like this. So it's not like I used new blocks either. It's not... Well, okay, I used some new blocks. But only like in places like this so that it would be more... so you could have like a quaint little garden in the back here. Little farm in the city. That's more or less put together. Although they don't really respect it. I've got a few pots... Again, like I said, this is not really too fancy here. You can see where I started taking this one down, and I haven't gotten back to it in ages because I started working on other things, and then started working on other things. But, yeah, and then, like I said, just rotated this 90 degrees. It really is. It's a big project. I'll go there, mind you. It's a pretty big project. But it's not a complicated project. That's where I would go with. And then here, I may or may not have done some digging. For the sake of what will eventually be a tower from the bottom of the world to the top of the world one day. Someday, maybe. Probably. It should be. It's a project I've been assigned. And I mean, I've gotten pretty good. I've gotten down to, what's the way? Ow. That hurt. 42. Yeah. I mean, it's not that deep, actually, but it's deep. Let's see, there's that color. That's the color we're here for. Especially when you consider it went from 42 to 42 from 64. That's approximately 22 blocks. But like I said, it's things like that. That's what really, I think, to me, make it easier to just kind of play the world longer. Oh, sorry, buddy. It's getting to that point where you go all the way down. It's fair enough. I'm probably gonna have to steal a villager's bed for the minute. Do I have a bed? Actually, I have a bed. Cool. I can never remember when I have a bed or not. But I mean, yeah. I mean, as you can see, this is a completely unedited. Or non, like I can even show you in the, well, let me put this down a second. I'm willing to even show you the settings here kind of thing. As you can see, it's survival. It's never been changed. I've been on hard difficulty the whole time. The only thing I turned off is the fire spreads and recipe unlock was already off. Everything else on. No experiments. No cheats ever turned on. Oh, I guess I can also show no resource packs other than the classic global resources and no default other than default. That is what I have on here. That has not changed this entire time. Like, I could even prove, like, I could click on it enough to be like, it goes, do you want to turn off achievements? Yeah. I have nothing. Except for the fire takeoff, because I want to use fire in buildings. And that unfortunately means that I have to, have that on, but beyond that, I mean, there's not a lot to it. I actually enjoy it. I think it's... Oh, then, I mean, I'll go here. There's things I'll complain about. I will complain. I don't have any problem doing so. So, I mean, there's that, but, like, I could tell you, like, when I get back, I will show you the thing that annoys me the most in the whole wide world. But even there, you can see the water is just, it's so much more vibrant over there than it is on Java. And I don't know why. I mean, that's my big thing. Like, why I love playing this version. Everything just kind of pops more. I mean, not the sand, but, like, when there's water, it kind of, it's got more color to it and all that. You can see that over there. It's not quite the blue in the savannah. It's a slightly different color. In the desert, you got this absolutely gorgeous little aquamarine kind of teal color, aquamarine color here. I wonder where I've been. I don't know. I like those things. I think that's nice. I honestly do feel like Bedrock might be my favorite version. Crazily enough. Let's go this way. Because it is faster. And ironically, the closest village that's not a village to my base is, like, right behind it. But it's unusable as a village. So there's that as well. And it might just be because of the version, like, I don't think so, though, because I was on a version for a long time. And then, as you can see, there's the mangrove. And there's a jungle, too. That way. And that way, too, actually. There's a bunch of villages that really do merge in. If you go in and around. Like, I have a desert swamp village that way. And this way, there's a village that's a desert jungle hybrid. It's not really a hybrid, but you do have a savanna and a plains village that way. A ways. But I mean, that's because of the way that they spawn in Bedrock. That's not too unheard of. Heck, I mean, even though I'd be like, I have found somewhere around 7 or 8 desert temples on. At the same time, it's about over the course of 5,000 or so blocks. I guess it's closer to probably 9 or 10. But it's over the course of several thousand blocks. And then beyond that, this is Bedrock. Structures spawn differently. So the likelihood of me finding them are just a little bit higher. Not a lot, mind you, but a little bit. I think I gotta go this way more. Right? Oh, Boo's doing something. Is this the village? Yeah. So, over here, I'm going to show you the weirdest village in the whole area. And how close in proximity it is to me. Yeah, I hear you, Suna. What are you doing? Here's a village. I've gone around this area so many times, I don't know how this happened. Like, from the beginning. There you go. There's a village. Nothing to do with me. I built nothing here. I will hydrate. Sorry, I was just letting my kitty out, but I don't know when it happened or where. I'd been in this area. I just don't think I noticed because it is so small. So, like, I walked right past it, not knowing it's a village kind of thing. But it is. That is a village. And that is a drowned. But that one doesn't have a trident. You want to see a difference between Bedrock and Java? Here, Mr. Drown. Yeah, look, he swims. I don't know why they don't swim on Java. It's a little weird. But I do feel like it makes them harder to deal with. I mean, plus the fact that like there's like a higher percentage chance of getting a trident round, but you know, beyond that. But yeah, that's that village, and then just to show you here a second. So I'm just going around. This is the faster way back to my base. Yeah, see, this is why I don't have to worry. Like, I don't have to be like, oh, like I didn't really go. It's like all the colors spawn in the desert. I don't know why. I feel like that's another thing that's different between Java and Bedrock. Although I think I've seen some brownies that are different colors in the desert. So I guess maybe, but not at the frequency of Bedrock. Honestly, I would say that's the kind of thing where it should probably only be one color. But I mean, I used it to my advantage. So, you know, there's that. But, yeah, I just gotta go around here a second and see this. This here. Oh, yeah, here's a dungeon I've been building on and off a little bit. I'm not gonna go into it too far because it is a little big. And I would like to get back to work on my guild house and stuff. But I guess I am going through most of it. But you got a little boss room up there. You got little rooms here and there. Just like there's one down here. I'm not going to go to the other one. But there's rooms that'll have treasure chests eventually. Kind of thing. It's very simple. Nothing fancy. Probably eventually I swap out some of the stuff as well. Just because... well, yeah. But, I mean, there isn't too much to it. That's the thing. But I did that too. Because I needed stone, and I was like, you know, to fit into the vibes, we got a dungeon. But the thing is, dungeons in this, if this was a game or real life or whatever, people own these dungeons. You have to pay money for them. And ta-da, look where we are. See, this is what I'm saying. It's like right over there. That weird fake village. I don't know why. Also, over there is eventually going to be another town. That'll be a medium-sized town. And then the idea would be that to get to the ancient city, you have to become friends with Russellmon, because Russellmon here, otherwise known as Mr. Potato Seller, was once an adventurer, which is why he has the funds to pay you to do things like buy get him bone meal for fertilizer or whatever. Even though he pays quite a bit for it too. Would be the idea. Whereas, like, if you kill a skeleton, yeah, you'll get a bone or whatever for the bone meal, but you might not get the tag you need. And you need, like, so there'd be another job that'd be skeleton hunting, like, you need a tag for every coin you get. So it's like 1 tag for 2 bronze. But the thing is, 2 bronze, that 2 bronze, you only get, like, every 5 skeletons, basically, for that tag. But for Mr. Potato Seller or Russellmon quest, you would be instead be given like 2 silver for every for like an amount of bone meal. But basically, you'd be able to give enough bone meal for killing 1 skeleton's worth, typically. So you would make more money off of him, no matter what. Is the idea. And the thing is, there's 2 paths that his route would take. One is the good route, where you end with him actually inviting you into the house, and he has a map that eventually takes you to the ancient city. The bad one is his farm gets taken out because, well... He's kind of old. He can't really go out and get the materials he needs, like seeds and stuff. So his farm just dies, and you kind of make the village worse, and he just kind of hates you. And may even disappear because, you know, he has no ability. His whole thing would be that he's trying to set up a farm so that they don't have to order from like outside the city kind of thing, that they can actually have the town. be more self-sufficient, but obviously the land is very dry and coarse, is the idea. So you'd have lower friendship stats with most of the villagers kind of thing. And you would not get the chance to go to the secret place. I mean, obviously, if you played the game before, you'd probably still be able to, but again, especially for that early money, it would be far more worth it just to do the minor things that you were already going to do anyway. Kind of thing. And I mean, there would be like no specific punishing, but the mood of town would probably be more negative. But to be fair, I'm going back to the ancient city, by the way, but to be fair, your house is like right above town, so there's a certain level of it, well, not expectation, but just like, it'd be more along the lines of just kind of like, you literally had the only reason to not do it would be to spite, kind of thing. But at the same time, it won't necessarily, like, just punish you either. I wouldn't want to do that. That would be, well, I mean, I guess I would if you actually potentially, like, do something like, you bring the seeds, but then you trash them in front of him or something like that. But, like, because he'd have a quest for seeds, you know? Probably a daily quest, and it'd be a quest that you can complete with other quests, and then, again, you get a decent amount of funds. Oh, yeah. This is real. How? Look at the everything? I don't know, but it's real. But yeah, that's kind of the idea. And obviously I'm here. Let's go through. So that's the gate. You wouldn't necessarily enter that gate, but that's the gate to nowhere. I might one day want to set it up as more like a hidden dungeon kind of thing, or the way to a hidden dungeon, or fast travel. Yeah. Fast travel could be the case. Like, you only get fast travel if you do certain things kind of thing. But yeah, this is a city. The way you would actually enter this place, by the way, is not here. It would, in fact, be over here. I mean, the way I went out before, but the way it would be the way in instead. Obviously, I've done a lot of work. I haven't done all the work necessary for it, and I do need to go back up soon for more food. I came down, I meant to get more cow meat while I was up there, but I didn't remember to, so that's on me. But so basically, you'd be coming in like this. And obviously, it'd be more cleared up too, but you can see there, you've got the mine. You're going to have, like, areas cleared out and around, kind of. So it'll just feel kind of almost, that would be the area. Adventurers can stay here for the night. Thank you. I mean, again, I got lucky with when I came onto the seed and when I came down and everything. Like, this isn't like this anymore. I did check. Not because I was, like, specifically, like, I was just, like, trying to figure something else out entirely because I was having nether issues. Very unfortunate and all that jazz. I take these back down a second, but where'd he go? Where'd you go? Come on. Where'd you go? Dude, I'm right here. I mean, they're kind of... Come on. I mean, he can't really get me. That's the irony. Yeah, I don't know how he's doing that, actually. Come on, man. I don't know how he's doing that. Like, what the heck? Yeah. Come on. Why? What? water. Yeah, you. Come on. What are you doing? I mean, he's not really being mean. He's just being stupid. I mean, dude. Yeah. Haha, I got the first one. I think there's two, though. No? Weird. I mean, that's the thing I'm gonna go here with. I was just like, what the heck? And it's not like he's, like, very scary either, mind you. You just... I chose to do this a harder way, but, like, I'm used to him just coming straight for me, like... I mean, to be fair, I was trying to kill him. I wasn't out without fault or anything. I am confused. Like, I'm like, dude, I didn't really try that hard. I don't... How? I mean, I'm more left with the how than the why. Anyway, as I said, this is eventually going to just go, and it's going to be the side of a wall. But for now, it is base camp for downstairs. Because it's easier this way. It'll just be like, I can grab some of this, I can grab some of this, I can grab this. I can take these with me, I can take these with me. I can take this. Do I have anything else here? Yeah, I do have those, but I don't really need them. It's really amazing how crap the loot is here. If I'm being honest. I mean, I'm not trying to be rude or anything. It's just... It's bad. Like, once you go in, you're just gonna be left with it. Just like, how does this even happen? Like, it's not really worth it. I'm not trying to be rude, though, my dear. It is. Like, my best loot, I still have it down here because I don't use it because it's just all this stuff. I mean, you can see, yeah, I got the word armor trim. I don't use armor trims. I got some of these guys. I think I removed the Swift Sneak. I still have Swift Sneak down here, though. These are all... I got 2 pair of diamond pants. Then everything else was this. It really... One of which I am wearing. That's the enchantment that was on it. The other one I think only had prop 4, but this one had the unbreaking, so. I am kind of left with it, just not as worth it. Books are great, mind you. Books are great. But it was not my reason to come down here at all. Not really. I mean, it kind of was, just because for the adventure of it all, but... I do feel like for coming down to this place and you're supposed to be trying to brave it and all that, it doesn't feel as worth it. That's where I'd go with it. Oh, but the thing that annoys me most, allow me to introduce you to my biggest pet peeve of the ancient city, by the way, as long as I'm here. So, you know, I could just... No, I know I did this. This is just to make this easier to understand. So, you see this here? This beautifulness? I mean, I moved it over several blocks, right? It was not this beautiful to start with. It was actually kind of frustrating. Because think of it like that's in one and down one. And look at that. It just... If you think of it like that kind of thing. Like if this was here and this didn't exist. Look at that. Look at that. Just removing that. It's like, why not have it be symmetrical? All I did was add one layer. Literally. And by the way, you want to know the layer I added? The layer that made it fit? Because you might think I added the block in the middle. No. No, 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 no. The only thing I added to make the 1 block wider, 1 block taller was one extra one of those on each side, basically. I made it taller and wider. And it fits so nicely. It's so pretty. And it's just like, why did they go for the less nice version? Like, why did they go for the less symmetrical for a bridge, mind you, as well? This is a bridge. And all that. I don't understand it. That's where I'm going to go with it. That's why it's a pet peeve of mine. It looks more built out this way as well. Like it actually is a bridge, which it is if you go up top. And it was before as well. I didn't change that process. Literally, I only added like blocks to the top and one block in the middle of each side. To make it like one block wider. Everything else, it was as it is. So you could come up here and see. And I mean, it just makes the arch okay. Or this is not a bad arch. I guess they thought that it'd be, but it looks fine. See these stairs? I mean, see, this is how you know this was a bridge. This is a bridge, rather. I didn't change that, I guess. I need to fix that. But, yeah. It was a bridge. It was one block shorter. This block would not be here. That'd be it. And it would be one block tinier. Which I honestly feel like I like these views better, too. And it's still within the ancient city, so it's not like it's... Oh, I guess Kitty left again. I didn't even realize I never noticed he wasn't back. Where is he going? Huh. He must have left. He was like, I'm done. Anyway, it doesn't really matter too much. I just feel like now I'll always notice this, and whenever I see this specific structure in it, and I'm just gonna get annoyed every single time, because it's frustrating to realize that as you're moving it over 10 blocks, right? It was there. I've moved it here. Just like I'm moving this building over a little bit over here. Not a lot, just a tiny bit. Because I just wanted the bridge here. So I'm not going to say that's on them. That's on me that have to move it 10 blocks, okay? Like I said, my only issue is realizing that it was... Once you take it apart and you put it back together, it was not symmetrical. I mean, it was not any... It was just like, ah, come on. One block. That's all I had to add. As I will rant about that every single time. Because I do feel like that's just a why kind of thing. I know not everybody's going to feel that way. And that's fine. It's the artist in me that says no. Alright, let's see. Where is this at? Yeah. I mean, I get that as well. It's just 4, 5. Exactly. OCD is exactly it. It's like you go in and you're like, wait a minute, this is not symmetrical. And it looks like it should be, mind you, by the way. It had more of a shape like this. All I did was make it a little bit, I know, technically it becomes a little bit more squarish, but I feel like for a bridge, there's a logic to it. Ow. So that's kind of where I go with it. It's not so much itself, it's just, yeah, it is. Alright, I counted back 4, and then I guess I go up 3. Yeah. Exactly, symmetry is pretty. And honestly, beyond that, for a bridge, I felt like it would make more sense as well. Like, they went through some... Like, design choice-wise, I feel like it just wasn't very, almost considered. Okay, so it's like this. And then this goes up. Like that. And then we do this like this here. And then we go up 3. And then I go down 1. See, this building is going to be symmetrical again. He doesn't like the idea of that, and I'm over lava. So of course he doesn't like the idea of that. So 1, 1, boop. And then we go up another 3. Alright, I'm just trying to build up the roof because I'd like to do that. Hello, Gazimir. How you doing? I mean, yeah, I've died plenty of times on this world. This isn't a hardcore world. I mean, especially since this is Bedrock. I mean, I know they're bringing hardcore to Bedrock, but they haven't gotten there yet. So there's that. Alright, come here. Cat, if you turn off this... I have died many times on this world. Well, okay, maybe like 5 times. I can't go check. Actually, I can't remember how long it's been. I play both. I play Bedrock, I play Java, I play modded. I have one of each type of world. An overly modded world, a vanilla Java, and a Bedrock. That's vanilla. That's so vanilla. I went through earlier to show. There's no cheats, no nothing turned on. You can tell from this. I have done everything as it is. That's kind of the idea of this world. Nope, I don't okay, I don't play that one because I don't have that one, but yes. Other than that one, fair enough. Yeah. Exactly, hard-earned work. Like, at every building, too, I have had to myself make. Like, I don't make them in another world. Hello, Snow. Give me a second. Let me make sure I've got everything. Yep, give me a second. I know this does nothing because this is Bedrock. What are you doing? Baby doll, is it sit-ups first? Yes. Hi, you want to help me with my sit-ups? Does Snow want to help with the sit-ups? 1, 2, I'm just going to read. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. I'm not going to punch. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Honestly, I was just keeping him from getting hurt, but... 1, 2... Oh, he does not want to spin, I guarantee. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Alright, and then touch toe once, touch toe twice, spin 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Whew. And I hydrate. When he's over there, he's not gonna... He's already left me. Nope. Because that can't be enforced. don't know if so spins or not. That's how this works. You know that if I spin, because you can hear me getting gasping for air. Or gasping for air, rather. I guess that counts as spinning. So here's the question I have now. I mean, obviously I have the shape of the building now down. I do want to do this for the bottom. Should I just get to work on it? We can make decisions for the wall as well too, but I guess I should put in the extra little bits here though. Because this goes here, 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 here. I think I have enough, so this will be fine, but not the side, that's for sure. Because it goes out that way, not that way. Oops. There we go. Like so. And here. Like so. There. That'll be the roof. I mean, you can see how this works. I'll have to build up the building and everything, but I do think that's a pretty good start. I was gonna let you see how close we really are. Especially since I should probably, if I'm being totally honest, clear this out as well. And make it like grass or something. What are you doing? Box. Got it. Never question the cat. And I mean, obviously on both ends, this is going to come down. And I should, like I said, I should probably make a space in the back as well. I haven't. But that's the question. Do I make a little area behind just to have an area be back there for the sake of kind of just... Well, I mean, for my own sake as well, but to kind of create an area back there that's against the, that. And at some point, I am going to need fire resist potions so that I can go in and clear all that out and replace it. Or I need to, like, just do areas outside of it. But, like I said, which way should I just, like, actually get some of this actually put out? Or should I add an area behind? That's the question. Which would you rather I work on? Or would you rather I have as well, I guess? Because I guess if you don't want me to do the behind the area here, I don't have to. So what do you think? And as soon as thinks whatever would make my life more difficult. My choice. I mean, fair enough. I simply meant for, like, the, So, now what are you doing? No, get your... No. Don't. No. Get your greasy little paws off of that. Yeah, get your paws off that. He wants to stand using the monitor. It's like, that's not happening, cat. That's not how this works. Go by the way here. Alright. I think I'm going to be more upset with myself if I don't make an area back and behind a little bit. I'm going to have to make choices for how I do it, but I think stop it. No. 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 I see the squishy tummy. Well, it's not really squishy. I'm not muted. No, Suna turned off the mic a second. He's sitting in that spot that just literally turns off the mic every time. I don't know how he does it. There, he went and did it again. Yep, Suna's doing his thing. Hello, Sky. As you can see, this is my Bedrock world today. And just the little bit that I've done. As I was saying earlier, my pet peeve of Minecraft, Mojang, like why, like I fixed it. This is why this is like this and all fixed. But it wasn't. And yeah, Kitty was doing his thing. Although now he's going and chilling in the back, so there's that, so. Yeah. But yeah, he's doing his thing. Anyway, like I was saying, I do think I'm going to want to go out in the behind, just because otherwise I'll get more frustrated. I don't want to do too much, mind you. Yeah, that's part of one of my major projects on this world, my Bedrock world here. Well, fixing isn't the right word, actually. I started with that, and then I realized how annoying this world is, or how annoying these cities actually are, and how not city-like they are. They're kind of more like a, I don't know, I guess you could say, like, I'd go with, like, either a campus, or it's not really designed around living in a city, because, like, most of the areas are just, like, this would be a hallway, or slash, road, but then, like, everything else is pretty much just, like, some form of shrine, slash speaking place, so, slash theater. So instead, we're turning it into an RPG city. I showed a little bit earlier, but I do need to go back up to get more steak, so I can show it again if you want me to. My other city, my other unpopulated, but will eventually be populated. I really got to get around to that at some point, but I'm working on this. But yeah, the idea instead is to kind of make it what would actually be a city that's an ancient city. So you'll have, this is going to be turned into a guild hall. You can kind of see some of the work I've done on it here. Rebuilding the shell and everything. It's all the same size and everything. It's just going to be a different building. I turned this building into a little adventurer stay area where you can come in. You could just rest for the night in a room that's just a personal room. Or if you're going to stay in a larger room, you can have like 2 or 3 people in here. And it's a buy donation place kind of the idea as well. So you, or, well, not donation. You would leave what you gave in here, but because it's basically it's outside the city, it's nothing special. Of course, if you were to live in, or to take a stay inside the city, which would be on this side, it's going to have a price. It's not going to be free, slash, like, whatever you can pay kind of idea. And this is just basically keeping adventurers outside the city, along with the guild, and then this is being turned into a more proper shrine that's been being cleaned. I've already cleaned it up quite a bit, and I'm going to probably do some other things too. I added some other stuff as well. Nothing major, mind you. Just a few things, like I made more of a bridge here that's made of stone, and this here, like that. It was not this. Especially not on this side. But I mean, I've just upped it a bit, made it feel a little bit more fantasy/fantasy-esque. I've also got the gate to nowhere, / the door to nowhere, which will be the city gate. I'm going to remove, I know this is going to take forever. I don't even know if I'll ever be able to do it. But the idea is going to be, I'm going to remove every piece of skulk on this side. And then only on the other side of the gate will there be skulk. So it's going to look a lot more intimidating on this side afterward, once that's been done. As you can kind of see here. It feels far more just, I mean, obviously it still feels like normal on this, like it's still the same on this side for now, but it won't be. Because I don't really want that, for the city vibes. Other things I've been doing is fixing this so that it's in the right area, so that when you're coming off the road, you're not having to walk around one. Because that's how they were. You can see one here that does just that. Maybe if you were to come down and the bit like that, instead it's going to be moved over, so it's just a straight shot kind of idea. Oh, I definitely need to get more food. Beyond that, this road's going to go, we're going to turn it into actual roads. That is a plan here. Another place is going to be outside the city, but much more maintained, and the scope will be cleared away, is going to actually be over on the other side. That's going to be turned into a sniffer farm. Because I thought, you know what? What fits an ancient city more than a sniffer farm? A creature that has somehow gone extinct, basically, in modern days. So instead, it's going to be that they were used to find/harvest certain types of plants, and this is going to be the idea. Plus that I can get my own flowers and things, but beyond that, it's going to just be, we're going to have a little house for the farmer up here, and then we're going to have a little area for some sniffers down here. That's going to be cleared out. And just kind of clean that up a little bit. And then there'll be a little road eventually that comes down this way, and it connects to over here. In case you can't tell, I've removed pretty much all the shriekers. I found some more, but they're not like going to cause me a problem yet. And I will remove them before I have issues, but for now that's fine. But yeah, the idea is going to be make it an actual city beyond just fixing it up. Like this building, this here is gonna go. It's cool looking, but there's really no use to it if the ceiling is much higher as well, especially since I want to leave it that high up there. Because it makes the mine up here look so cool as a center feature for the city. So the idea is it's an underground city that has this awesome mine. Obviously you'll have areas back here that'll be connected to the behind and around the shrine/temple. I don't know exactly what it's going to be. That's kind of just my idea, because I mean, a lot of these are just, it's all the same buildings. I know that there's a potential to find a bathhouse, but the bathhouse was not in the city specifically. And then beyond that, like, house-wise, this is the closest you get to a house, kind of, this building here. I mean, and when it's fully filled in, you only have, like, the walls like that, so it looks more like it would be a clinic or a hospital kind of thing. And, I mean, if it was meant to be, like, a science area, I'd get that, but a lot of these places don't really seem like they're houses. And I'm sure that if I was to look at, like, their art for what they would be on, I'd be like, yeah, okay, that makes more sense, but since a lot of it really just feels more like it's just another shrine, or, oh, it's a freezer kind of thing, I instead wanted to go and do my own thing. This is... Exactly. It's up to me to make this place into more of an actual city kind of thing. But then basically, because I was originally just going to fix things up, and I was just like, over the month of October, and then I was like, but you know what? I kind of want to keep working on it, and I've changed my goals anyway. Effectively, instead, what I'm doing is I am instead clearing out and making it into an actual city kind of thing, and that'll eventually really and truly just kind of fit. So like I said, I built an actual little bridge here. I mean, I know this is a little tight, but you know what? It's fine. You can walk under it. Maybe the average guy has to, maybe some guys have to just like duck, but other than that, it's fine. But the idea is going to be, so for Adventures Guild kind of thing / little adventure area, like I said, it's going to be over there. It's going to be by the main road. Because I got the luckiest, I got and I'm going to call it lucky. I don't know how I got lucky on the seed being the way it was when it was. So we have a geo to enter the ancient city. So, yeah, that's why that's like that. That's why this road specifically is more, like, you got some fields here. You know, see, this is going to go all the way back to an area that'll be then going off to another area, and it'll look wonderful, but it's not right now. Yeah, you enter the city, you have that up there, it's amazing. There's one statue on this side, one. I think I'll still have a few scattered throughout, and I fixed this, other than moving 10 blocks over, because I wanted it to be a feature, especially as you enter the city. I mean, As an adventurer entering the city, I mean, what's cooler to see than this thing, especially surrounded by the mine? Yeah. And then the guild will be right here. It's been moved over. So this will actually work as a road. It's not going to be much of a road, but it'll be a bit of a road. Just in, and probably there's going to be an entrance into the shrine over here as well. It'll probably be here, though. I mean, there even is one if you look here. But then that'll be the end of that road. And then on this side here, this is going to be the commercial district, so we'll have more shops and things on this side. Again, this keeps adventures more onto this side of the city, and it's not going to be just this size. The size is a little small for what I wanted. Although what I'm planning to do is maybe a little stupid and crazy again, but, I mean, I continue to need blocks, so it's fine. But basically, I'm going to bring that wall over there back to about where the wall is over there. Maybe a little bit only to this side. Like, but I do intend to possibly just go up to where the wall is, so it goes into that, if you can see. Just so there'll be enough size size on this side, and the buildings will be taller as well. More city-esque kind of thing, not just like one floor, but maybe 2 or 3. And again, see, there's another one of these buildings. You would think this would be a house, but it clearly is not. I'm not sure what it is. But yeah, and then on the other side, that's on the other side of the road, is intended to be turned into a residential district. So bathhouses and the like would again be added on this side. I might extend this back to the all the way back kind of thing again. This will be replaced by actual roads, because again, like I said, I'm not doing a revamp of the ancient, or fix up the ancient city. I'm doing more of if the ancient city was more of a city. It's an RPG city kind of thing. But I probably won't go all the way back. I might even add in a little bit closer, because the wall is right there. I haven't decided if I will or not, but you can see where it would be. Also, if you want to know where the Shriekers are, they're up there. Oh, there's a creeper up there too, but the Shriekers, there's one there, and I think there's another one, like, right... Maybe that's the only two, but I think there's, like, another one up there, so... Probably up there. Yeah. So those will have to be removed, probably, but that's kind of the idea. Is it just more of a... an actual city rather than just a theoretical city. But yeah. That's kind of the idea I have here. Got to fix up all the bridges and everything. I've got all the blue ice for blue salt. You have no idea how much trouble it was to get that, but I have all the ice I need, the blue ice, to make up a salt generator. And what is beyond that? I think that's everything. So, yeah. I also changed up how these are as well. I can actually show you what this one would look like normally. It's not much of a change, but it's enough that I feel like it makes it look slightly better. But there is a tower over there. And basically what I changed, I can show you here, kind of. It's a very simple change, mind you. It's not like it's a super crazy out there change. But basically, I simply made it so that instead of these being flat here, like this, I did put it out like 1 extra. Because I just kind of thought it would look nicer that way and more tower-y. I mean, if you're going for a tower, Especially since they were going for a more rounded kind of over here with the bridge, right? So they had it smaller and shorter kind of thing, even though I think this looks fine, personally. I like it like this. I feel like it's more fancy. But yeah, that's what I'll go with. And it was less symmetrical, too. It was just on the ends. It's like, cut this off on this side, but not on that side. I don't understand it. But yeah, that's kind of the idea. And like I said, I do need to get more beef. If I'm being honest, I'm gonna be... I mean, I guess I could, but I'm not very good at that kind of thing. I mean, you saw my skills in battle. Alright, how far down does this go? It goes kind of far. I might need to get some gold and just go see if I can't get some fire potions. I don't really want to go down there unless I have them. You know, potions. I guess I could use, like, gravel as well, too, but... I might just do that, actually. Hang on to these, mind you, but... yeah. I'd kind of like to make it a little bit less dangerous. And I don't really want to deal with the fortress because the fortress is a little bit hard to get to. Currently. I'll eventually figure out how to get over there, but for now, not really. I'm making sure I've slept. I'm going to take the nether. I can explain my nether issues I've had in the past. I don't understand it, honestly. But, let me quickly just... let me put these blocks in here for now. Oh man, I had that like that. Who would have thunk it? Oh, it's pork chops. I do need those. I go breed up some cows. I mean, that'll be fine. I mean, I'll have plenty of food, but it's so that I don't have to go back up again. Because it gets to be a little annoying, especially if I'm working on things down here. But, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily be against trying. At some point, I mean, as you saw, there is, in fact, a couple safe shriekers, or that they'll actually work kind of thing. I haven't done anything to them. I didn't find them. Honestly, because I was raiding the ancient city, I got reminded of how bad the ancient city is for raiding, but beyond that, yeah. I'm just going to take the quick way. I know it's a... Alright. But I might be able to. I just don't know if I'd want to. Is it this way or is it this way? Is it this way? Where is the spot? There. There we go. This, I'm going to show you where my problematic spawn really quick for the nether is, because it's easy squeezy to just kind of show. I'm not planning on going anywhere with it, though. It's a very dangerous place, mind you. But if you go out here, you can see where the portal was. This is all Basalt Delta from here. Yeah, and gas. Gas spawned just fine, by the way. And I could really and truly just like, go around and out, and it's quite extensive. I don't know how I did that. I honestly don't. But if I get some gold, like I said, there are some piglins, or an area piglins will spawn. Because I think it's right over the other area. Is this it? Yeah. But if I go down there, I've gotten piglins to spawn. And yes, this is completely natural. This is the second world I've had where I found something like that. I don't know how. I've said it before, I'll say it again. I don't know how that happens. I don't feel like it should happen. You're getting lost. I mean, there's only 3 locations to go to, really. I guess 4 if you count the actual spawn, but... Yeah. But yeah, and my enchanting room. And eventually I do intend to have a bridge across as well. But I don't right now, so I don't care enough. This is my base. You can tell how often I'm here, because it's just... It feels semi-abandoned. Even though it's not. Well, I'm not messing with it, because it's only one piece, and it's the kind of thing where it's like... I mean, it's so weird. And the weirdest part isn't even that. The weirdest part is... This isn't the first time, either. This has happened to me on a world. I left the second time I've had that happen to me. The first time was on my Java world. And again, I was just like, how is it above level 100? When it's supposed to be spawning at like a level 15. I mean, it's not like it's going to go anywhere now, is it? But, yeah, I was like, what the heck? So I did pick it up, but this time I'm just like, because otherwise I wouldn't believe myself even. It's like, I don't know how it happened. I really don't. And on 2 different types of worlds, on 2 different worlds. It's the cross versions. Maybe it's just something that happens, but like... I mean, what kind of luck is that? That at over level 100, you're getting ancient debris. Hello, guys. Yep, I'm here to breed you up. I'll probably breed you guys up twice. So that I'll have the exact same number of cows after I kill you all. Maybe I should go to pork, but you know, I mean, it's fine. It's only about 10 minutes, but that's why. It's not that it's, Heck, I could even make it 3 times just to be sure, but, yeah, I built this too. As I was saying, or I said earlier. I did build this. I like it. I've done it. It's a very, Oh, no, I know. I'm just saying, like, technically, when they put it into the game, it wasn't really supposed to spawn, like, above level 20. Whether it does or not is a different issue. I'm just saying, like, in 2 different worlds, I'm not even looking for it. And I've barely done on this one. That's the thing. Like, I barely did anything there. It just... You can see how much I dug in there. It's not like it's a huge amount. Alrighty. What am I playing tomorrow, guys, by the way? I have the curiosity of... If you have an answer, that's fine. Otherwise, that's also fine. You vote from... Alright. Java, Bedrock, or modded? If you're voting Java. Or if you're voting for Minecraft. Well, I mean, I also have Slime Rancher, and Stardew's not illegal. Modded. Okay, you want Fall Hunters? No, it's gonna be up to other people as well. Yeah. Alright, Vault Hunters tomorrow, that's fine. Like, another thing for me is, here. I mean, you can see the problem. Like, I wish that they would do the thing where, you, like, if I was to add any mod, Java or Bedrock mod, I'm gonna be honest, just to still basically be a plain vanilla world, It'd be that one that I know you can sort of do where you can have them stack. Because it does get a little frustrating that you can't really do that. Because it doesn't look as good. You know? And then I have to pick which ones are the ones, and it's a little frustrating. That's how you know I really am vanilla. Like, otherwise I would have done that, and I would have changed it, because I hate it. Do I have any beef in here? No, no. I mean, it's new. Yeah. Wondrous. Ironically, I don't think the mod's on the modded on the Vault Hunters, but I haven't cared too much about it. But like, whenever I get to one of these worlds, I'm just always like, it hurts. I don't think it's been 5 minutes here though. Yeah. Oh. Apparently it has. Alright. I don't feel like it really was, but you know what? Whatever. We'll breed them up again. Come here. And maybe one more time. Because it didn't feel like 5 minutes. I mean, I feel bad for that one guy. Oh yeah. Let me have a memorial here to one of the fish that died. Realized dolphin. Never had a better fluffer fish. It was killed by a skeleton. It was the worst thing ever. But that's why I have dolphin in there instead. But yeah, I mean, the cool idea here is there would be a kind of storyline to it. You would actually start this world, or start here up there. If I was to ever, like, do this, I'd probably make it a copy world and then set the spawn up there instead. Ideally. Like, I know it's a little... Anyway, the other reason why I leave that there is that if I do not find ancient debris upon actually looking, I don't really plan on doing it. I don't care enough. I've said it before. I don't... Here's the thing, okay? Like, I know netherite is, like, the best armor you can have, and technically I do have a bunch of diamond armor, but that's because I died. And I needed it to get... Well, actually, I needed to get the armor for the nether. That's most of where I died, is to gas in the nether. Many of them were actually chosen deaths, because after a certain point, because I was just like, I'm fixing my nether spawn to actually be safe. So that did mean that I had to. Anyway, let me see. I should have some. I mean, these goes in here. But I should have some gold, right? Yeah, I do. I do. I'll take 6 pieces. It's fine. I don't expect to get a fire potion quickly, but we're going to try anyway. And besides, I have golden booties on, right? It should be good. Probably at some point I should actually try, like I've said before, oh wait, my food. What am I doing? I can go to the end, beat the end dragon, all that, and then get an elytra. I don't know if I'll, just because it'd be easier. Let's be real. It'd be safer slightly. I mean, you can disagree, by the way. I mean, that's fine if I should not. Actually, no, I don't really care about the elytra. I care about shulkers. I so often just need the space, and it's just like, Alright, If we get, even if there's a bunch of grown-ups, they'll just... Is there anybody left? This poor guy. Is there anybody else? No? Is there really no other cow? Oh, no. Again, like, he's left alone. I'm sorry, man. But it is Bedrock, so... Oh. I don't have to worry about hurting the babies. Which is nice. Although it's painful once I need it for anything else. There we go. That should be enough, right? Yeah, 42 is enough. Let me cook that up, and then I'm gonna head over and see if I can't get something for my piglin friends. Cause I can. If I get lucky, I'm definitely gonna clean up, but otherwise, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I will see. I should have some in here. How much do I have? I have 42. That's 36. Or 3. 5 times 4. Or 5 times 8 is 40. So I could do that. Or if I'm willing to cut down a tree really quickly, I could get... I do need a new... By the way, I do need to eventually just add fortune to that again. Because that one was a replacement for the one that I lost, I believe. I'm just at level 17. You know what? That's enough. It's enough. I don't need the full 42. I could add 6 if I wanted. I just have to remember that I have... In case you're curious, by the way, Suna has been in here for a while. He fell asleep cuddling his blankie. It's actually my blanket. But I gave it to him during streams, and then I take it back afterward because it's mine. But it keeps him chill. As I've said before, I do eventually want to clear this enough that it's not going to have mobs able to just kind of wander over. Oh, hello. Thank you for the first time chat, Triangle Dude. How you doing? I hope you're having a wonderful day. Yep. How much stick have we got? We have 5. We have 5. I guess many of the babies have grown up. That could be good. Nope. Oh, thank you. I think I have exactly 1 picture, so you had to go pretty far back. Hello, how you doing? As I said. I'm trying to think, like, when did I post that? Not, like, judgy or anything. I'm just literally trying to remember how long it's been, because I think it's been longer than this world. Although, to be fair, I only have, like, maybe 20 posts. I don't really post a whole lot. I like to draw, but that's about it. I mean, everything on here is mine, right? Is it? I don't remember. Well, no, that's what I was saying. I was saying, but to be fair, there's only like 20 posts. I don't think I have that many posts of my, like, stuff. That's where I was like, it's fair. Yeah, fair enough. But yes, that is my Suna cat. He's behind me right now. He's a sweetie pie. He's a bit rambunctious, though, so, you know, you gotta love the baby. But to be fair, I mean, that is fair. Like I said, there's not a whole lot. I was saying, even if you just scroll down, I don't think it's that far back. I think it's only, like... Because, I mean, I have several pictures, obviously. I mean, you've seen my art stuff, then. I did a lot, but, yeah, there's just not that many posts. I don't. But fair enough. I mean, thank you for the compliment on the cat, by the way. I do feel like I should say that. I was just trying to think, like, because for me, I was just trying to remember how far back it was. But I remember I only had like so many posts, so I was like, yeah. Thank you. I mean, it depends on my mood too, though. Like, I like drawing in two different ways. I'm sure you've seen. I like the way I do the coloring, though. That's what I do. I mean, all my art is, although I guess, again, it depends. I think it's just a stylistic thing, honestly. I mean, I like to go for a more, I guess it's almost kind of manhwa-esque color style. Or webcomic. Although I do have a lot of other stuff that's more, I mean, most of them are pretty basic. Thank you. I spent about 2 months on this thing. And again, I use my coloration schemes for it to make it look better. Cause V-Right is okay, but it does need a little... I mean, I do, man. I don't know about you, but... I mean, look behind my thing there. I do everything I make, man. Everything. Here, I can't even prove it. But I like my style. I mean, that's what I'm saying, dude. You can see here, I've got my screen here. I know it's not going to be everybody's cup of tea, but I guess that's my old one. This, it is how it is. You can see this one. Very cute. But that's just how I draw. There's not really much more to it. It's just a stylistic thing. I enjoy that. It actually takes a pretty long time to get that effect there that I've got on my stuff. The only thing, exactly, the only one that I haven't, like, my old art style on the Twitter that I have that I could think of that isn't just the flat coloring that's with the shading, the slight shading, is just the, honestly, if I could think, I think the Legend of Zelda fan art that I did. Other than that, it really is just all that style. That's how it goes. And I've done things in black and white and all that, but a lot of it is just... It's experimental as well. Like, most of my art for my channel and stuff kind of thing is not. That's my basic style, but... Like, I mean, if I have to say, on the channel, a lot of it's not. Like, I'm sure you saw some of my Christmas cards and stuff that I've done over the years. Or the last few years, I guess. But, again, those were, 90% of them were just kind of me experimenting with what I wanted to do with the brushes and stuff. It's not exactly, the most high-tech thing. Kind of thing. Like, and you also gotta remember, I use my hands. Like, my fingers. I draw on my phone. Thank you. Like I said, that took... You got no idea how long this one took. Like, this took 2 months of effort. And I'm working on getting some others, too. Thank you. I mean, honestly, again, that was... Figuring out how to get that done was a month itself. But again, like I said, it's learning, you know? And I mean, I think all of my art does have that at this point as well. Because, as I've said, for my character art here, right, for me, I wanted to do the chains. And I've actually managed to get to the point where I can do... I've had to learn how to use Blender. And now my little bros yell at me, like, my little brother, like, yell at me so much about it. Like, come on. This is simple. And I'm like, no, it's not. But I have gotten to the point where I have learned how to do it. It just took effort. But yeah, I mean, literally, even the shading on the chains as well, I did all that. I don't know, Fluffy. I I prefer not to say. That is my own personal business. Age-wise. But we will say that I am definitely over 25. We can go with that. I'm not going to lie about that part. I'm not, like, a teenager. I'm not like my little sister. Actually, no, my little sister won't be a teenager this year either, so... like... I am the oldest, though, so there is that. Yeah. I am a sea elf. So, or part sea elf. That's what it is. Exactly. And anyway, like, I think for me, like, my whole thing is I like to do backgrounds and stuff. I just don't do it very often, because... for art, I mean, you know, like... Oh, my thing is... having an issue there. What the heck? One second. What the heck is wrong with that? It looks like it's my... Okay. I don't know what's up there, but it was just off a second. I looked over because I was like, that looks off. But yes, we can go with I am... As I've said, I am definitely, as an elf, over 250. But yeah, I mean, I enjoy what I do. Because it is a hobby. It's not like it's a business. If I'm being honest. I mean, I enjoy doing art. And it makes things easier for me when I'm like, I need... I don't even remember where that goes. I don't even know if that goes anywhere to use. I do know that piglins do spawn over here. And so that'll be pigmen. You know what I'm looking for, man. Because I don't have the money to do... Oop. Oh, gosh. That could have been worse. Okay. There we go. That was lucky. We have this. I'm just trying to see if I can't find you. I think this is basalt. Yeah, I mean, I enjoy what I do, and that's all that really matters in the end. I like to think, at least. I don't want to fall there. But this, we'll put this over this area instead. Alright. So I might have a way down. Cool. That is good. I didn't actually come over here because I was being hunted by piglins every time I came over. But, like, I mean, at this point, I think it's fine to just be like, let's see what's over here. Yeah, like, I've designed all my rigs and stuff, too. I mean, that's just kind of how that goes, you know? And honestly, I do feel like it's worth the effort to do, even if it is difficult to learn sometimes. All right, I think what I'm going to do here, I should be safe to fall, in theory. So, now, I mean, it was a big fall, but it wasn't that bad. If there had been some gas over here, I probably would be in trouble, but I'm not. And then here I'm going to do like this. There we go. And then when I come back around, I am going to come back, by the way. I'm just going to be probably wanting to get myself some ladders. I have plenty, by the way. There you go. There. So that we can have this area like this, right? Make it a little bit safer to come in and around. I don't remember where this is. I mean, that's the thing. I know it's somewhere, but I don't know where. Let's see where it is. I don't know. Ah, hello. I mean, I was expecting it to be a little bit further off, but it's fine. It is getting dark. Do I have my bed on me? I do. It's going to be dark in a little bit. I mean, as you can see, I'm still in the mesa. I do remember actually having this here, yeah. There's a pretty... From what I remember, there's a pretty cool cave over there. I think I can walk over to a second just to be like, I can't go into it because it's all grass. But it's still a pretty cool looking cave. I mean, again, it's the kind of thing where it's like you could technically argue, hey, this is Mesa. Especially since it's so high up, and it might just be because of the other. But yeah, I'm being still as legit as I can. In a world where it's just like this, you can kind of see just like some of this really cool art, or well, just like some of these like this. I do believe that this is a river I have taken to get pigs back as well, in case you're curious. But I do believe I used this side over here. But I could be wrong. At some point I should build more of a river road, by the way, in case you know. Just because then I'll have more area to go around and in. I don't remember all the places I've seen. Yeah, okay, so there's my base over there. But you can see it's just really cool. You got the water the way it is, and it will eventually be having more things. And again, like I said, I almost like the idea of having cities with warp gates be unlockables, if you will. Well, that doesn't sound exactly right, but I mean, the basic idea would be that not every city has fast travel, right? It requires specific cities. I don't know if I would go with the starting city being like that, because I do feel like that'd be a little almost questionable. Not really, but like just a little. Although at the same time, I kind of like the idea, but I just don't know, because I feel like if you're starting with a little starting town kind of thing, I do feel like there would be again, because we're doing this with the idea of it's got some actual realism to it kind of thing, not just it's a fantasy world kind of thing. So I'm not sure if I feel like a small town that you'd just be starting in would necessarily be a place with a city. Or even necessarily the medium town you go to. And there would still technically be a fast travel, it just wouldn't be as simple. Alright, we're just accepting this spot. We're just gonna hop. That's the only thing I kind of really go with it, is it's like I'm not sure what would be the best to count. As I've said a couple times, I know not necessarily to you guys or everyone on the stream right now or watching right now, but what the heck have you got on you? Is that an exact man? He's like, I'll swim away. I'm like, no, you won't. I will get your ink sacs. He had 3. Yeah, okay. I've been here. You can tell I've been here. I built canals. I should probably build more canals. I think that'd be great. Or widen the canal rather. Probably is what I would want to do there, just because I do feel like it'd be a great way to, especially like with lore-wise, go in the city, like going from the ocean to there. Like I said, there'll be a mid-sized town over there, kind of idea, and then there'd be a bigger city over that way, and you'll have the desert city. And the idea is this is a nation kind of thing, so you'll have several towns and stuff as well. Not all of them will be big, not all of them will be absolutely the fantastically fantasy-esque fantasy. I mean, they kind of all are, but more in the idea that it's like, they're not going to all just be dragons or whatever kind of thing. You're not going to necessarily get that kind of thing. You might get a place, like I said, this place. Yeah, it's got an assassin's guild. Due to the nature of it, there's many adventurers that retire around this area, kind of idea. But I don't know. I like to build my worlds around a theme kind of thing, even if I don't do a whole lot with them, or I take forever on them. Just because I feel like a theme really helps continue to have ideas and really be kind of inspired, kind of thing. Because without a theme, I mean, I'm more likely to just be kind of like, it's not that I'll give up on a world per se, but I certainly am more likely to be willing to just go start a new world instead of utilizing the current world kind of idea. Yeah, I got that. So that's what I kind of mean, is I feel like it should be one of these. There we go. I had an issue a second there. That's bizarre. So it's having render frame issues. That's the problem. I'm gonna hold still a second and let it just take a second. Because obviously the stream is fine, right? At least it should be. There it goes. I don't know what's up with that today. I'm not going to pretend to understand what's up with that today. But as I was saying, I should probably correct this side, but it doesn't really matter enough to me. Honestly, I like to do things with theme. I think it's fun. It is beneficial. To keep the world running. And not just kind of get stuck at a point where I'm like, but what do I do now? Alright, I also think I'm going to need a teeny tiny bit of this stuff. Alright, really don't like these guys. I hate gas, if I'm being totally honest. I'm gonna have to do this on both sides, by the way, just because it's just, otherwise I know they're gonna come for me. This feels so silly, but it's so necessary. Like, I can hear them. I know they're there. And I'd rather not get stuck. I know they will. Okay. Can I do one more before they notice me? Yes. Can I do one more? Yes. I'm also not gonna, oh crap. You know what? We're just gonna put this like this. We're gonna get more blocks. Because I gotta do more of this, right? But I gotta keep them from being able to spawn up here as well. So we're just kind of gonna... I don't know what... I think they could spawn here technically, but... I mean... What am I supposed to do, really? Like, I can hear them. I hate... can I just say how much I hate gas? Actually, let's use this. But we'll make it fancier looking, just a little bit. So that I'll have an easier way down. I'm also just... I don't know what I'm going to do with the other, but... At some point, I don't know. Protect the ladder from this side, I guess. That's all I really can do. Because otherwise, I'm not surviving. If my portal gets broken. And then we just do this, we do this. Kind of like this. Relatively safe here. We're just going to make a little bit, we might even just want to take this down a second here. Like, cut this out. No need to be seen here. In there, because I feel like those are the areas it's going to go after. It's going to definitely get me there. All right, let's just do another couple just to quickly kind of, again, just kind of keep an area that I think that if I get aimed at, I don't really want to get hit by, but I feel like I'm making it a little bit less likely to get hit by kind of idea. and die. That's the idea here. It's nothing fancy, but it should probably protect my fort a little bit. From those guys, I don't have a bow on me actually. Great. I hate gas. Can I say I hate gas a million times? We're moving out. A second. Hey, I got a way down. That's a great little thing here. I don't understand why do gas have to spawn in basalt deltas? It's so frustrating. And everywhere else too, mind you. And everywhere else. But I do think that with where I've put myself, I might be... I mean, there's going to be hoglins over there, and that's fine. I mean, I'm not looking for hoglins. I'm looking for those guys, but it's fine as well. I'm trying to remember where it is. There is a spot over here. If I'm to search around a little bit, I'm pretty sure. Actually, is it... Where is it? Let me look around a little bit. I need to figure out where it is, because it's important, right? It will be part of my happiness for the future. I mean, not right now, but for the future. In fact, I do believe I have succeeded in getting over before and then back. I think... I do believe there is somewhere around here, if I look. Not that guy. Yes. Look at that. I mean, not that guy. That guy's dangerous and scary and oof. But the fortress. We do have a fortress here. If I clear that guy out, I guess I could hunt blazes if I would get a roost. Again, I need potions for this, but I mean, it's not that bad. If I'm being totally real. And I am. You shouldn't be too mad at me. Take that. Yeah. Take that. I gotta keep an eye out for gas, but, like, you might just have walked into the luckiest day of your life. Gotta back up a second, man. Come on. I saw something that looked like a water bottle, though. Dude, I don't want a water bottle. I want a fire resist potion. What do you give me this time? It looks like more blackstone. I mean, I need blackstone. I do. For the Assassin's Guild, potentially. But it's not really what I'm looking for, man. Come on. Ah, that's quartz. Where you going? Dude, where you going? I still have a little bit. Yeah, pick it up. Yeah, pick it up. Come on, fire resist potion. No, that was a charge. I don't need a fire charge, dude. I mean, I'm grateful, mind you, but I don't need one. Oh, this guy. And nether bricks. I mean, I like them. I do. I use them in my stuff. But that just wasn't what I was looking for. Okay, then. Also, look at that. I've got a Soul Sand Valley right there. The only thing I'm not sure I have anywhere near me, ironically, is a warped forest. Alright, I'm gonna need more gold. Or I'm going to need to brave the fortress. I don't know if I'm willing to, though. Or I suppose I could... If I check to make sure there's no guys here... Other than this guy. I think this guy's safe, though, you know? I could... Just kind of... not really need to worry too much about it. I mean, it's not great, but it's something. I do have the ability to make a crafting bench, too. Give me a second. What have I got on me? I've now got 12. Do this. Be right back. I mean, I'm not expecting much, but I think what I'm going to do, just to see if I can't, as I've said, I don't, bed. I'm sure there's skeletons somewhere nearby, but I'm not risking it. Yeah, right up there. So, what I was going to say is, I'm going to put the ladders in here. I don't feel the need for them currently. We can put these in here so that I can just kind of go back in. Make my... Oh, what, did I just... No, I left it on purpose. I could just turn these into ingots. Not as many as I mind you, but... I mean, that's not the problem, though, is it? I just need some. Yeah, you're safe. I just don't know if the other guys are safe, because I mean, I didn't do it in front of them, but, like... Oh, come on. Come on. It's being dumb. It looks so bad. It should be fine, but it's not. I don't know why the thingy doesn't want to work properly. Alright, we're just going to kind of... I have my own thing, so I'm not too worried. I just want to see the end of this. Alright, nothing too crazy. That's fine. Oh, that's fine. Maybe at some point I should just, like... You're fine. You're both fine. Okay, can I just, like, expand an area here? Honestly, can we say... I'm surprised that nether bricks aren't something that the guy will buy. I'm gonna be honest. It feels a little crazy. Yeah, I'm just spreading out the area a little bit, man. Kinda. Just trying to see if there's anything of worth. I don't think so. It also lets me expand out a little bit, which is nice. And necessary a little bit. For this base, especially if I'm going to turn it into a base later, probably. Or not really a base, but just like a little area to every time I come in here. For now, though, we're just kind of going to have it be there's the space. It's not all great. It's not all horrible. I mean, it's pretty horrible, but it's fine. I'll probably go dump all the stuff out in the overworld. It does open up the space just a little bit for potential. Kind of thing. Which is nice. I mean... And I might add slabs to the areas so that I don't have nuisances. If you will. I don't... Is there any down here? I'm trying to remember. I don't think so. So I think I want to just... dump all these out. There. I mean, I hear a gas, but the whole point about this area is that it shouldn't be too much area for gas. There might be enough area, like, here, but we don't want that. Well, we're going to have to fix it, but for now, it's fine. Alright, let me dump the stuff in here. Yeah. Alright. So now I'm going to go try and find another little guy. Another piglin, because it ain't going to be the same one. Let's be real. Let's think about this. I guess I could go up and also do some area up there, but... Come on. I'm sorry, the thing is obviously... I don't know what's wrong with the... I'm just gonna hold still a second. Let it just take a second. There we go. There we go. Is it? No. Well, maybe. My computer might not be able to handle this. I mean, it should be able to. But should does not mean does. I mean, nuggets are nice, but... More arrows. This guy just wants to give me arrows. He thinks I need them, I guess, but... What the heck? I mean, that was a sound. Huh. Like I said, there is, in fact, area over that way that just... I think. One of these directions. I think that way, actually. That will do what I need it to. Dude, you're getting so close. I do wish I had a bow, now that I think about it. I just haven't gotten around to it. I guess if I get lucky here, I might... Come on. Come on, buddy. Ow. Come on, hey. No, there's two. There's three. I might get killed. I'm dead, by the way, in case you're curious. Oh, he's coming straight for me. I can't heal. To the only place that's safe. I lived! Whew. It's just a... I wish. That was 4 gas. I need something. I need something. To deal with them. Okay. Yeah, I can run, but I can't hide. No, I know. I need a bow. I think that's the real answer here. They gave me the sign, those piglins did. I gotta give in and do it. I haven't been willing, in case you can't tell. I mean, it's not that I haven't been willing, I haven't bothered. I guess. I'll just leave these items here. I'll come for them eventually, but I clearly need a bow. I mean, I have pieces of bows that'll probably turn into a pretty good bow if I'm willing. And I could go fishing a little bit to get some more bow pieces, if you will. Depends on how willing you guys are to watch that, but like I have the ability to do that. I have the best fishing rod imaginable. If I'm being honest. I mean, as far as that's concerned, but like beyond that, I also need the levels. I could also trade for things and all that, I guess, as well. Spend a couple days with the villagers and all that jazz. Like, what I mean by spend a couple days with the villagers, I mean I did grab my bag. Good. That I would go mine out some more stone. I have not got the ladders on me, but I can get more ladders. I have plenty of ladders. But I am thinking about maybe doing that so that I can get some levels using the mason. But it would take ages. I don't really want to do that. Or I could set them up here. I could actually finish setting them up. I have a little bit of iron on me, even. And I have plenty of iron to find, I guess. Oh, I have fish. So maybe that's what I should do. I should actually set up the village. Nope, not there. I had that. And then from there, once I've set up the village, I can get the villagers in there. I can start breeding them up a little bit. And then whatever they become, those specific villagers, I can use. Well, one of them's a librarian, but I could still use that to my advantage. Start getting some levels up. I don't really have anything too fancy, if I'm being totally honest. I also, I think, realized at some point that it was just not, alright. I think that's what I'm gonna have to do. I don't want the guy to become a fisherman, or not fisher, a farmer. So this is gonna be a little difficult, but I can do it. I have the materials to turn them into. Or I could go buy a bunch of bread. Like, I could get levels by buying and selling bread. Or whatever, you know? I have options. That's the thing, right? I have options. I just don't know if I care for the options. Especially since I haven't really. Maybe what I do is I move these guys into their not forever homes, but into like one of the houses. Oh, hello, dude. What you got? I mean, you got good stuff, but I don't need any of it today. I'm sorry, man. But I do like what you got there. Ooh, I got that too. I like that. I didn't even have to kill him for his llamas. So I could do that as well, because I do have lots of different little places for villagers, and I really would, like a, you know, what have I got on me? It could be interesting to, although I really do kind of, what have we got? What have we got here? I mean, I do have iron as well. I don't buy. Yeah. So what I'm thinking is I want to take 2 of these, if you will. Go do a little bit of a decoration, right? I might as well. Oh, I went the wrong way. I don't want to go that way. I want to go... I mean, I can technically jump over, I think, if I... Not that spot. Like, it's like right here if I'm willing to just kind of go up, up, over. But the idea kind of... I don't know. Should I just decorate and do? I guess. Maybe that spot isn't here. Maybe it goes here. Go into the stupid thing a second. And then I'd like to do this. So it's kind of like that. There, like that. I don't know. Or maybe what I want to do is have... I don't think I can really have this here. Yeah. It is the one thing that's frustrating with this, is it's just like it'll go down there, so it doesn't really look right. It has to go there. I do wish I could just be like boop on top, so it's like boop like that, but it doesn't really look right. Kind of like that, maybe. So it kind of looks like at the beginning, like just a little, I guess. And then I'd probably want to add a few more here and there. I don't know if it looks okay or not. You could tell me it looks bad. I don't know. I'm exactly going for. I just know I kind of like the idea of just adding a little bit of flavor to the town, just because otherwise it's going to feel bland, and I want it to be more of a town. I do believe that I can use this, right? Should be the case. Not on Java, mind you. I'm pretty sure you can't do this on Java. I don't know why. Actually, wait, before that, honestly, I feel like that this is still not quite right anyway. I hope they don't change it, because it's a accident, but we got ourselves another one. So what a few stonemasons. I mean, obviously in reality, I'm not gonna have... They wouldn't all really be stonemasons. I mean, but the point isn't really that they would be or they wouldn't be. It's just that they... Obviously, for the actual kind of thing here, you'd kind of just want to... oops. Like so. I mean, because there's no other way to do this, I don't think, right? Or is it actually possible? Yeah, it's possible. So I might, like, put another there. Oh, I got an idea, actually. I want one of these. I've got an idea, though, for what I want to do with that. I do. I actually have an idea for how I almost feel like this would kind of... It'll look strange, mind you, but the idea, it's going to be a simple one. It's going to be basic. It's going to be a little bit of Minecraft logic, too. So it's not... Also, I want that as well. And I do... where is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. I mean, I like that, right, mind you. I just... I'm feeling the need for using the one that I have the most of. For one more of these. And then what I want to do, I'm going to go over there. And we're going to put this in here for now because I don't need it right now. I do have a little bit of this, and I do think it would look interesting to take, actually, no, it wouldn't be this one. This one's nice, but it's not what it would be. Put this away. It's not what I'm looking for. All right. Let me take this a second. Oh, wait, no, I have one, actually. Perfect. I actually have one. Woo! I don't remember what I was using them for, but I have one. Okay, I'm good. Ideally. For just stupid looking little... Okay, not stupid exactly. Just a little bit of kind of flair, so it's not just... I mean, also, villagers can't jump up this way. It's not that it's important, it's just... yeah, I actually want this. So then, this goes here. Like that. So that, you can tell, it's just kind of like, did the both ways and all that. But then what I want to do here for this one is I want to take these out. One of them I want to turn into this. And one of them I'd like to turn into this. And what I want to do here, we're going to be... bring that there. And kind of putting this here. Kind of like, well... it's being cut like that. And then it goes into some sort of machine here, I guess. Maybe we do something like this. And then, oh, I need to sleep. I'm not gonna bother going over there. I'm not so far from the spot, it's not that big a deal. If I accidentally die, it's fine. What I was gonna say is, and then what I could do is, if I can get back up, I mean, I don't really have to. There we go. Alright, kind of just... probably take it all the way up. Like so. There. I do need one more. But kind of just like creating a bit of an industrial thing a little bit here. I don't know if it looks any good. I don't know if it seems a little off. I don't know. I just know I kind of like the idea of it. Even though I'm basically wasting my blocks, but it's fine. And I kind of like the idea of just kind of having these flaps that are like this. So we put one here. Like so. Kind of like that. I mean, it, again, like I said, it's not like perfect or anything, but I mean, I don't know. What do you think? Does it look okay? Or does it look a little funky? Thank you. I just kind of thought, you know, it'd be interesting to have it be, so basically it's like you're cutting off one piece here and then you cut it, like if you stick it through, it's like changed up and then it just goes through just like it's a slab now, but not always. I don't know. I mean, I guess I could have done this one as a smooth stone, but I kind of... I mean, it's meant to be because they're masons. They're basically just using what they have left over for the floor, whenever they need to repair the floor, kind of thing. And is the idea they have the materials after all? It's a not because they wouldn't repair normal style, but because like I just realized I forgot to put up a how did I forget that? I'll fix that eventually, but basically the idea is if they have a thing they need to fix, they'll just, if they have extra pieces, they might just use it, kind of thing. They're being but that's kind of the idea, kind of thing. Like, it's meant to be that it's like, if they might get requested to do terracotta, they might just take the pieces that are extra and be like, like if let's say it's another villager or whatever asked for whatever, like 3 pieces of terracotta or whatever. You mean this, or do you mean like this? I mean that's, yeah. To be fair, this is Bedrock, and this is using the pocket menu. I think the classic doesn't use the whole screen, but I have trouble finding what I want there, so I just use the full pocket screen one. But that's my own choice. I know. Also, I find the pocket UI to be just slightly better for figuring things out for what I want. I feel it's logical. Like, blocks go in blocks unless they're nature blocks. Nature items go in here. Crafted items that are like chests and stuff go in here, along with raw materials like iron, diamonds, and all that. And then gear goes in here along with food, because that's the things you need to fight. For me, that's logical. Not everybody thinks that way, though, and I acknowledge that. I know my little sister gets super annoyed whenever I'm the last one who did it, because she has to change it back to classic, because she can't stand it. But I'm okay with the Java one on Java. I don't know. I find this one is more logical for me, personally. Also, I do eventually need to get the basalt so that I can just kind of, on this late line here for these, be turning that into that. Because you wouldn't see it on the other side anyway. And we'll also turn it into this very dismal gray area back here. As the idea, I'm eventually going to also get some soul flame stuff here as well. Especially now that I realize where a thingy is. But you can see this is a little jail. My issue though is, as I've said, lighting wise, I'm not sure what I can do or should do overall. It is a little difficult to figure. Also, I do need more bookshelves here and stuff, because I want to have this area be more of a proper little library, but I mean, that's kind of the idea, right? I need all the items in question, but and I know technically I should have a farmer. I really do, like an actual farmer station kind of thing. But I just don't know. Because I don't want them actually farming the potatoes, you know? I'd like to have a farmer that can do the trades, but not farm the potatoes. And I don't really feel the need for a fence there, but I also kind of feel like I probably should put a fence to keep him out of the potatoes, but I don't think it's really going to work. And it would fill up so much space that really is good for walking. I mean, yeah. It becomes complicated, you know? You gotta think about how everything works. But, I mean, it doesn't cover the full menu in Java. And it doesn't really I don't think on Classic. It just does for this one, because it shows you all your items, because, you know, you're on the phone is the idea, but I don't do it on the phone, I do it on here. But, yeah, and like I said, I'm just kind of trying to get to the point where I'm going to have some more of this stuff just kind of filled in and all that. I do feel that that's the best way to handle some of this. To have it kind of just be more done. It's just fill it in. I know most of the items are just kind of not that big a deal, but still. And then as I was saying, my other issue is just mobs. Like, I don't want the mobs to come in at all, and I'm worried I have not done enough. In fact, I'm pretty sure I haven't. Do I have any? And I mean when I say any flint or gravel. I don't think I do. I think I have gravel actually, but disc. I gotta go make flint. But yeah, like that's on me. That's my choices for what I personally prefer. And I'm always gonna pick like I know. I'm gonna be honest. I have things I like for both Java and Bedrock. That's the thing. Like I love and I dread the day that they decide, you know, this isn't parody kind of thing. Even though it's so pretty, and it kind of fits with what they should do to just kind of liven up some of the areas that, you know. It's not a lot of livening up, but just enough to kind of really just give more vibes to it almost, I'd say. If you will. Because the color of the water for me is like so important. And I like that there's so much variety and I can just be like, well, I'm in the desert, so I have this color of water. It makes it so nice. Yeah, I'm gonna want 3 of those, I think. And it does make me sad that Java doesn't have that, because I like Java too, mind you, but it just doesn't hold the same feeling with you're going through the different areas. When you don't get some of that just lovely changes and stuff. And weirdly enough, unlike in Java, like the colors of things are slightly different too. So in the desert, and like you get the grass here, I know that. That's not the prettiest thing in the world, but like trees and stuff get a little bit more golden tint to it than on Java. It feels like sometimes. I'm not saying it's guaranteed. I know it could be totally just imagining it, but it does feel like sometimes when I'm doing it, I'm just like, the tones are just slightly different, which makes all the difference in the world between how vibrant a place can feel. And honestly, it's the kind of thing that makes me go, I'd love to see an update. It doesn't even have to be super fancy kind of thing to biomes. But nothing like add new stuff or anything like that. I'd just love to see like the colors of things and stuff for different areas kind of really change, you know? And obviously I'd also love farming and food, but beyond that, like, I do think that I would love to have more to it than just like you go into an area and it just kind of is the same flat blue water, which doesn't really feel all that nice when you really stop and look at it. I like this because it is just this it's this blue jeans color water for the mesa, and then I've gone over it a million times, I know, but it's the kind of thing that makes me think I really wish they'd yeah, I would expect them to do the opposite, where they just make it the same color, and it'll be just so sad. It's why I don't like building in the desert on Java, is that they don't really have this color right here. Look at this color. It's not Warm Ocean. This is desert. I could show you Warm Ocean really quickly if you want to see, but this color is called Warm Ocean. It's the prettiest blue color I think in the game. Both games for just the water. The only thing that might rival it is Warm Ocean, mind you, which is over here, and that is Mesa / desert, by the way. You could see over there, but I don't know. I like the slightly greener tint to the desert. It just, to me, holds more almost beachiness kind of thing, which works. It's within the sand and all that, right? But like on Bedrock, I haven't done that on here obviously, but I love the idea of like a beach city kind of thing where you have the water be just this color, and it flows into that color of the deep blue kind of oceany idea there. Like I said, it just, I don't know. Although I will say at least they're getting their butts in gear at least somewhat this time, kind of. At the end here, it feels like they've basically been told some sort of ultimatum almost. Looking at how things have all of a sudden moved super fast. Like it went from this update is gonna literally just be exactly what they said they were gonna put in there. Maybe not even quite as much, and then all of a sudden there's all these other changes to it as well. And it's just like, I don't know. I wouldn't be shocked if they were. That's the thing. That's the sad thing. Not that I'm saying that it was, mind you. But you look at it, all of a sudden it's like, Wolf Armor, all of a sudden, is dyeable and pretty and all that. And the thing I feel like I'm really noticing along with it is the fact that they all of a sudden, they had to add the add-ons, right? And a lot of the big add-on makers are just like, okay, I'll move my, or mod makers are like, yeah, I'll move my mod over. And it's like, huh. Well, if they can move their mod over and they can do that. I mean, ironically, it would take away any argument that you could make about the modders being not like an actual update, other than maybe quality. And I don't feel like a lot of these updates are terribly quality. I'm gonna be honest. So it's the kind of thing that makes me go, It's very interesting. I'm not saying it's the case. I'm just a conspiracy theorist as far as video games are concerned. It's the kind of thing where I also go with, I still think the sniffer was supposed to come to 1.19. I mean, that is true. I do agree with that. Or heck, even beyond that, have the ability to maybe buy kind of like biome specific things as well, you know? Or rather, buy like a biome piece. Maybe you don't have to find the biome, because the problem is, it's like, the thing is, the problem with Minecraft isn't the biome itself, kind of thing. Because then you'll just be able to travel to said biome still. But the thing is, so many of these worlds, you don't have, like, this world here, I've got a jungle over there, 2 jungles and a mesa, another mesa that direction. I've got, like, a zillion desert mangrove swamp, oh yeah, there's more mangrove swamp over there as well, but mangrove swamps, savanna, and, like, desert and mesa, like, in that direction, and kind of that one too, and there's also more jungle. The only cold biomes I've really come across is there's some mountains over there that are cold mountains. But that's not what I need if I want some of their villager changes they want to make, you know? And I mean, I do agree with the whole, I love the idea of being able to just change your biome. I feel like that really would fit a little bit with the, really, if they're going to lean more into the sandbox side than the survival side. If they are going to lean into the survival side, I definitely think they need to do an end update. Straight up. I think maybe they should make an optional boss for the end. I've extensively covered this, like how I think that it would be awesome to have it implemented, even though I don't think it's possible. But it'd be cool. For like a whole biome and everything that would fit around it. And I could go into it, but Snow could tell you, I really have thought this one out for what it would be really cool if it could be. Even though I don't think it's possible. Which is sad. Logistically. And this isn't like thinking about like with mods and stuff either. It was just literally just like kind of what came to me kind of thing. But yeah, I mean, that'd be awesome too, the biome switching thing. Though I think they decide that would be too OP, which is why they don't do something like that, you know? It's like, well, that's dumb. If I want to make my place look different, I should be able to. Or if I want to widen my reach, I should be able to. Ooh, la la la, and all that jazz. But yeah. I mean, obviously, I'd love to see all sorts of things. Because of the game that I don't think they'll ever will, for different reasons. Ironically. And some of that, it's like, I honestly, with some of the stuff that I have thought about, I think about, because partially, like, the way they talk and stuff, and I'm like, well, then, if you don't want to do it that way, then you should do it this way, kind of thing is in my head. And then I think of it. And, I mean, they are perfectly free to take, if any of them ever end up on my streams and they want to use my ideas, they're free to. I'll just think it's a cool, nice coincidence, and I'll be happy that it comes to the game. I mean, that's the reality of it all, you know? Kind of thing. I mean, obviously not. I haven't mentioned it here, but, like, I'm just saying. I doubt it. Like I said, I highly doubt that. Let me be clear. But, like, for example, like, one of the things, like I said at the end, I think what they should do is they should have some lively biomes added for an end update, but they should also add a biome that's kind of silent. It kind of just kills all sounds. There wouldn't be, like, any it'd be more like an ancient city, but more quiet, almost, you know? So you wouldn't have to worry about, like, mobs hurting you or whatever, but it'd be quiet. And that would be, like, the area for a boss kind of thing. But you have to do, like, a certain number of steps. You can't just spawn it. And if you do manage to beat it, you would have, there's two different things I've thought of. One is, like, the gear would either use potion effects, or it would use experience instead of your health at first, kind of thing. You know, kind of like the, kind of like with the rupee armor in Legend of Zelda, you know? I mean, I think that would be a really cool armor to add. And then, obviously, because they don't like having things that require mending, or it could be, I guess it could also be an enchantment, but I just kind of like an armor type kind of thing. And obviously, it's an armor type you can only get from that, whether it be potion effects or this just using experience. But the thing is, you wouldn't be able to add mending in theory, maybe not even a breaking, just because of the nature of it. But at the same time, you're not going to get hurt as long as you have experience, which would be the trade-off. Literally. So, like, for example, for every heart it would take, it might take a level kind of thing, you know? Especially since a lot of people create, like, huge experience farms, right? I think it'd be a good way to still be like, yeah, you could do that, or you could use mending, or you don't have to use both kind of thing. Or, for example, maybe a pickaxe drops that it has haste 2 on it, right? So you get haste 2 with it. But again, you can't have... It's a singular object kind of thing. It's an amazingly useful thing, but it will break. It could even be... That's kind of just like the kind of things I think of. Like if you want to do... And also, instead of having it be where swamp villagers are the only villagers that will have the mending books, especially because not every village type is going to show up, I kind of feel like what they should do is they should add it to the Wandering Trader. Maybe mending, maybe Unbreaking 3 if they don't want to have Unbreaking 3. This can be a way to get those books without having to go out. You can still go out and search for whatever if you want as well. But, for example, like if you're on a phone world or whatever, maybe you don't want to be able to do that. Because you can't really go out that 12 hours, especially if you're on an old phone, right? Which they continue to support. So maybe you can't go out like 12,000 blocks or whatever to go find that village type you need. But this would just be a nice little way to actually like add that in, you know? And plus, I mean, if you have it be a potential draw for a Wandering Trader, especially if it was an instead of Swamp Villagers, one, it gives a reason not to just immediately just kill any Wandering Trader you see. You're actually going to want to check for the book trades that it has. And beyond that, or heck, you could even still have both. I mean, it'd be more like the tree. It's that you can't go all the way out there if you need the tree, or you don't have that biome. And you already have all your trunks loaded or whatever that you can, and you don't want to reset and hope. It would just be a nice way to go about it, you know? Simple. It doesn't have to be Like, and the fact of the matter is, you can only buy a certain number of mending books anyway that way. You definitely can't use any, like, emerald glitch whatever. And you'd only be able to probably buy, like, 3 copies at a time. But it would give you more reason to be like, hey, it's a wandering trader. That's cool. Let's see what you got. Kind of thing. And again, like I've said before, you could disagree. These are just my own thoughts and stuff. I mean, that's fine. For what I think would be nifty to see in an update. Beyond just the simple, I would love the idea of having a farm and food update. But maybe it would encourage you to have more of this kind of farm kind of thing here, down there. Rather than having just... Well, actually, I find that they're very useful for other things as well, surprisingly, depending on what your issues are. Because the thing is, so even if you travel out, you might not find a really good desert, right? And sand is technically not renewable, except for in one place, and one place only, can you get more sand with ease. And that is wandering traders. They occasionally sell you a stack of sand. They'll have that in their inventory. And red sand too, by the way. Not just sand, but red sand. Unfortunately, obviously not here because I'm in a desert / mesa. It just doesn't do that, typically. But, for example, if you don't want to go out to the desert to get sand, or you're frustrated that it's not renewable, they are a way. It's not a great way. It's still pretty inefficient, but they do actually have them. They also have cactus occasionally, I believe, and a few other things. So if you're in a biome where you just can't get those other things, or you're in a world where those things are just difficult to come by, you do have a chance. Plus, they sell every sapling type if you want it. Basically, any ones that you cannot currently get in your current biome kind of thing, potential, they will sell, or they'll have a potential to sell. So that's another way they are pretty useful. So again, if you're in a world you're updated and you would like to get the saplings, and yeah, you just don't want to destroy chunks, they are a good way to do that as well. So that's kind of where I really go with it. They're expensive as well. I mean, I'm not going to deny it. Also, if you want glowstone and if you want it to be slightly cheaper, but you don't want to go to the nether, they sell it for 2 emeralds instead of the 4 emeralds clerics sell it for. Which I think is for lore reasons, honestly, but it is convenient. Well, no, I'm not saying there is or isn't. And actually, technically the world is not infinite. On Bedrock, it's only about, like, I think you can only go out maybe, like, 100,000 blocks before things get a little wonky. I mean, it's 100,000 blocks, I'm not going to say... But at the same time, there is certain other things as well. Your computer has to be able to take... your device in general has to be able to take it. And there's other things as well. It's not just simply put, the world's infinite, you can go get whatever you want. It's more along the lines of, unless you're willing to erase chunks every time you need something, it is there. I'd rather have a more... Like, I would rather that there be a permanent sand trade for the Wandering Trader, personally. I think that would be immensely useful. One, it would add a way to get sand always. It wouldn't be the most convenient. They probably should add another one as well, right? But I do think that, to me, that's where I'd rather have things be added. I also would rather see some of the biomes get updated. Like I said, I'd actually even prefer some minor updates like this, like just on Java especially, and maybe you even take some of this from here and you continue it forward in other biomes as well. Like maybe you change up the water and stuff in a birch forest a little bit more and stuff. Like maybe it becomes like this almost crystal color kind of thing, to be kind of more of a pure spring kind of vibe. Or maybe just to really expand. Yeah, I'd also love that. A way to summon, if you want a wandering trader to maybe you could build a camp for them and they are more likely to spawn there, Or maybe you can even get 2 or 3. Like, you have to use a certain block and maybe you build like a little, you have to build like a triangle of wool over it or something. I think that'd be, especially considering how this is something I could totally see them implementing it. Just the way with the fish and all that. But basically, like, if you were to have a block you have to be able to, you can make kind of thing. It's not going to just be you get lucky with the block. Maybe it's like a block of emerald is used to make it kind of thing. And then you can have a wool, like, maybe it's like you have to have a certain diagram of wool above it kind of thing, like a tent almost. And then that would summon them much more regularly and much more efficiently kind of thing. And heck, maybe if they really would, again, let me be clear, I don't think they'd actually do this because I think it'd be so complicated to them code-wise, right? But then it's like beyond that, then you could even have where like certain colors of wool would be leading to a certain type of item being far more likely to be in there. If you want saplings, you put green over it for greeneries. If you want sand, you put up for a yellow wool for like desert, kind of idea. I like I said, I think it's too complicated for Mojang. I don't think that they'd be able to figure that one out. But I mean, it's a cool idea. Even if it was just a block that would be kind of like the one of the new, what is it called? Or heck, you know what? Using something like the trial spawner, right? They could add in a new type of thing you could find in your world, like a wandering trader camp, right? And then it spits out like a new trader or like 2 or 3 traders or whatever, every couple of, like, maybe instead of 30 minutes, it's like every hour of real time kind of thing. And obviously you're not necessarily going to get the ones you want, but you might. Just to be able to make it more consistent. But still not making it you can just make a farm out of it kind of thing. Or heck, you could even have something similar to the spawner kind of thing. Or maybe you could even have like an extra piece that you can put in a block that you want them to be more likely to spawn with, kind of thing. I mean, like I said, I don't know. I don't know exactly, but I kind of like the idea of like a camp kind of thing. Whether it be that you can make, and I do like the idea of being able to make it too. But maybe it's more end game, like you need endstone to make it yourself, kind of thing, So obviously you have to beat the game to make one that you would put down, right? And again, I don't think it should be exactly the same as the trial spawners, because I think it should be able to be made, personally. But it's just like something along those lines. I could totally see that being something to make them even potentially more useful as well. Like, I mean, let's be real. Part of their problem is just how inconsistent they kind of are. And I'm sure and the thing is, if they're not going to really upgrade their trades to really be truly a lot better, I would say instead make it so that you can have a better chance at getting them where you want them, when you want them. Because the fact is, I mean, on some worlds, I'll even have 2 in the same place at once. And then on others, how did you spawn in? Ow. I mean, it's not that painful because I have projectile protection. I don't think I have a lighter. I don't. At least not on me. I can kill you though, Ben. Yeah, I can kill you. I think I just got his I'd rather not. You know what? Do I have a bucket on me? I do. Alright, so here's what I'm thinking really quickly. Although he might despawn before I'm back. By the nature of him. I didn't even know they could spawn here. That is the first time I've seen them. Of course, it could just be a glitch, but... Alright, we have some milk. Some delicious milk. But yeah, I mean, I like the idea of being able to kind of... I mean, after all, you could effectively do that with pillagers, right? I mean... Also, I think he despawned. I was just getting milk so I wouldn't have issues, but I think he despawned. I kind of wanted his banner. Because I didn't even think they could spawn over here, I'm going to be honest. Did I get the one guy's crossbow? No, I didn't. I did not. I did not. That's sad. But that adds a whole other issue that wasn't a concern of mine due to the fact that I just didn't seem to be having that issue. But maybe they won't spawn as often if I have a village. Even though they shouldn't have, as far as I could tell, they shouldn't have spawned at all. I don't know. Because I thought they were mostly supposed to spawn on it's fine. I have desert pillagers, it's fine. I just never had them spawn over here. I guess it could be funny to spawn some. And then just kind of keep over here, but, you know. It's, point being, I'd love to see something like that. Kind of just some basic, simple. Heck, I mean, I think things just as simple as potentially updating all the mobs to kind of move more similarly so that don't feel... Because the thing is, like, mobs only feel weird, like the sniffer and the new bat and stuff only feel so weird because they've had their movements either done for the new movements or they've been updated to match. But, like, cows and stuff haven't, so I do feel like that's part of it. Or, like I said, I honestly think some of the more basic things they could do, if I'm being completely honest, that I could see doing, you know? I mean, I'm not just gonna say, like anything, but I will say I could see working. Kind of thing. I think I need one more. I might only need one more, but I'm not taking the chance. Kind of thing. Like I said, I mean, it's just simple things. You could change how leaves look in different areas a little bit more. Make them fit a little better. Maybe add a mob that actually drops something when they're killed that's not hostile. You know, I mean, food types here, we could use some new food types. That's another thing I'd love to see, you know? New animals that actually, you know, provide food. Or heck, just new types of vegetables and stuff. Honestly, I could buy that. Being a thing to add. That's why I'd love to see a food and farm update kind of thing. Not just because I think it's an awesome style, like an awesome idea for an update, but just also because I feel like, if I'm being honest, the food system of the game has kind of become stagnant, you know? Like, effectively you get villagers, you get them to give you golden carrots, that's potentially the end of your game loop. Or you get a bunch of cows and pigs, like I've done here. And again, you just kind of, that's it. There's no reasons to do anything else. So, I mean, I'd love to see more of an update like that, if you will, that would just really bring in some more reasons to do, maybe, like, I don't know. Like, I don't know how to explain it, you know? I just, like, maybe bring in more soups or whatever. Exactly, we're grabbing, and I have 3. I just am not using them because I'm up here and they're down there and beyond that. It's inconvenient, but I mean, even that isn't the most convenient way. It's just like have soup. But yeah, I mean, I honestly I feel like there should be more things like. I mean, obviously, they kind of need to make the the saturation is, I think, similar, but not quite the same on Bedrock. I'm not sure. Healing definitely isn't. There's no door there. There's doors here, obviously, because it's super fancy. Schmancy, as you can see. I'm gonna look at how fancy this place is. Maybe I want to put in some things. I don't want to put in too many item frames, because I feel like it might, But, I mean, that's just it. I feel like there should be things that would make you want to explore and go find other things. Maybe, I don't know, let me think. What would be the best example? And by the way, the infinite food thing, yeah, I was using that once I got those cows for a while, because until I got these guys, but, because it's just... It's more convenient. Just kind of do that when you're not looking to. But I mean, yeah, it's or chicken. I mean, you could just have maybe they should try to make chickens better. Like, I'm gonna be honest. Part of why I'm not eating chicken and not this is because there's no health really to it. It's pretty bad actually. Which, I mean, it says a lot. Okay, I know I've seen 2 cows. Or is it just the one? It's just the one very, very lonely cow. I feel bad for that cow, but you know what? It's fine. But the point is, it's like, it's like, I don't feel like there's a reason for me to want to go out and explore to find more types of things. I know that they're like, oh, you'll want to find this. It's like, no, I won't. You're not going to add anything to it to make it actually worth the game, the trouble. Honestly, I think that's the biggest thing to me, is they want you to explore more, right? But they haven't given me an incentive to actually explore. They've kind of given me disincentives kind of thing. Like, why do I want to go out and explore when basically all I have to find are trees? I mean, and everything else is meant to basically be decorative or for a multiplayer server, which I'm not playing on. So, yeah. I'm sorry, but that doesn't make me want to explore. Oh, I know. I'm just saying, like I've said before, I honestly dislike the idea of how the current way that the trial chambers will be implemented are. Not with the mobs. I think the mobs are fine. I think it's kind of cool that they're finally adding some more, like another variant to skeleton and all that. That's fine. What I don't like, and let me be clear on this, is the fact that they're adding yet another thing down at Diamond Layer, right? That they're expecting you to just go and deal with. In this one, you basically have to spend, what is it, 8 minutes to destroy each spawner if you just want to go in a specific direction. And you have 30 minutes to do so, kind of thing, before they respawn. And oh, don't forget to kill all of them first, because if you don't, well, they won't despawn. There's... The casual player is not going to have fun with this in the way that they seem to think that they will. It's great for competitive players, certainly, and it's great for multiplayer SMP. But think of it like this. Look at me. Like, look at what I'm doing in the game. I think I'm actually, in this case, ironically, a relatively decent example because I'm so laid back with how, like, I'm not going out and fighting mobs and things. It's not what I'm aiming to do, right? And the thing is, it's not going to encourage me to go out and look for more things. It's just going to encourage me to be like, then I'm not going to go out and look for things. And ironically, them changing the villager stuff made me go, well, then I'll go get all my villager stuff. Yeah. And ironically, they're adding loot boxes to the game. I mean, they need to decide what they want to do with that. And the loot kind of needs to be better for the current level of trial chambers. But I don't think they think it does. They think it's fine and they're just waiting until people give up. But it's not going to be better. It's not. Because the fact is, it's not designed for a beginner to go into, even though someone early in their world kind of thing. In that way, it's like, it's more set up for somebody who's more, that's farther along. At the very least, they have iron gear, maybe diamond. And even then, you might still get beat up and killed a couple times. I know, your stuff is gonna despawn, but those guys won't. Woo! Isn't that great? You better have made sure to set your spawn and not have just mined into it. You know? I mean, that's kind of where I go with it. As I look at it like that, and I go, this is going to be the worst thing they could do with the way they're implementing it. Because anybody on a single player world is basically going to get, well, they are not going to be as happy as they think they will be. What I would say is, instead of making, and not making it cheat either, but or whatever, they swear it's no longer a cheat, but it does still keep you from getting achievements, so, it's cheat. You know? So it's like, Then make it a whatever they're calling it now, to be able to say, I don't want the trial chambers mobs to remain spawned, you know? That's something I think they're gonna probably should do. I'm not gonna say everybody agrees, and I mean, that's fine, but at the same time, I do think that there's a certain level of just, I don't think it's gonna go as well once people are actually on worlds, you know? That's kind of where I'm left with. It's very sloppily put together in a lot of ways. It's the kind of thing where it's like, I can almost guess what mod pack they're inspired from, if you will. Looking at how it works and all of that, and just kind of like looking at like a certain mod pack. I'm literally playing that. Not right now, currently, but the mod pack I'm playing, I'm like, Except that the mod pack does it better. You know? But that's kind of where I'm left with, is I'm just looking at it and I'm like, it's not well put together. That's where I'd go with it. It's the kind of thing where I could see people in a negative way saying it feels modded. But again, I don't think that's because people are complaining that it feels too modded, I think it's because they're associating it with the low quality mods that basically don't do much, you know? Other than they'll make the game more difficult because, you know, that's a thing. That's good, right? For the people who are kind of tryhards. But it doesn't remember to add any of the rewards in its own way that you would add for those people. Not even the cosmetics, ironically, currently. I mean, I'm sure eventually, but still. So that's kind of where I'm left with a little bit, is I'm looking at it and I'm kind of like, it's... I mean, yeah, and if you consider several of the people they hired are modders, and still are, kind of thing, like, when you find out, and it's just like, if people who mod the game are so different than people who make the game, right? What's the real difference? Especially if you continue to hire modders. If it's different, then don't keep hiring people who are modders. Hire people who are game developers. Because they are, in theory, what you're saying you're looking for. Or acknowledge that that there is a decent chance that a modder really and truly can, especially now apparently with how they're going to update the game to make it be more the same across both games. It already kind of was, but now it's going to really be. See, here's the thing. They've been pretty clear, unless they decide that they're having enough people get angry at them, that Microsoft has no control. That they're the ones in control. They decide everything, right? And then when they see enough people get mad, they go, oh, it's because the higher-ups. And it's just like, I don't know. I don't think it is. I've said it before. I think the real answer is actually a lot simpler. And it's that they overthink everything. And they need to stop doing that. They need to be lazy. Which sounds very silly, but it's true. They need to let themselves be a little more laid back, a little more lazy, and stop thinking about, is this going to make something OP or whatever, right? Or is it going to make people go, this feels modded? Because it doesn't matter. If you want to add to the game, more likely people are going to enjoy it, as long as it's not like something super crazy. The fact of the matter is, an end update that adds all these new, or adds all these different potential new biomes and stuff, like I said, I think an awesome biome to do would be to have a silent biome. I also would love to have some of those biomes that you see in some of the mods that would look really good, kind of thing. I'd love to have some of that kind of thing, like just the trees and things. Very similar to the Nether update. I think that'd be really good, honestly. Again, just going there. To have a more Nether style update for the end. But I also would like to see some more desolate things. That's why I mentioned a biome I'd love to see in which all sounds are kind of just removed. And all mobs kind of thing. It's not just like a you're in danger kind of thing. It's more like the ancient city, but that the I mean, I don't think that Nintendo's exactly like that. The fact is, you gotta remember, they are probably in the middle of working on a new system. They're not, I don't think they're quite there yet, is the thing. That's the irony. That's kind of where I look at, like, they know what they need, but then you need to be able to make it work with everything else. It's a complicated, again, it's a balance. That's where I would look at with that one. Plus, I mean, I would argue some of them are pretty risky. I know that a lot of people don't like the idea that they continue to change Zelda, and they wanted to go back to the original. Ironically, it's the same people who complained about the original Zelda, like the Zelda formula, quote unquote, right? But the thing is, I think that I'd look at what Numa was saying, and I think what he's saying is you don't go backwards. You continue to move forward. You continue to change, to try and change at least, to make things better, different, more its own thing, you know? kind of thing. And that is what Zelda games do. The thing with Tears of the Kingdom was it was a sequel. But Pokemon's actually technically not Nintendo. That's the problem. I get the vibe that this is part of where I would say this is the real reason why Nintendo overall has had no opinion on Palworld. I think they are like everybody else going, look at this. Look, we have your replacements if you don't succeed. They only once said anything, and I don't think it was because of the Pokemon fans, by the way. I think it was because of all the people that were going, it's just Pokemon. That are trying to prove that it's what Pokemon should be and better, blah, blah, blah. It's like, those are the people that should shut up, ironically. But I'm just going to say, I mean, and it seems to semi be working enough to make the Game Freak and the Pokemon Company go, so we're going to take a little bit longer on our games, and look, we're going to put out a new Legends game. It's like, I wonder why. But that's where I look at. I don't look at, like, I look at actual Nintendo games. I know that there's people who don't like Splatoon 3, and that's fair. I don't think they could think of anything else with Splatoon. They're just like, it's it. What more do you really, you know? People continue to go, I want more Splatoon, and it's like, well, then we'll put out something, and then it's like, I don't like this. So that's what I look at with that. But for a lot of their games, they definitely do different things. They add more things. They don't just take away. I know a lot of people don't like Tears of the Kingdom, but I think, especially for a sequel, it did itself really well. And especially since it's clearly trying to learn how to do more story while still being fully open world kind of idea. You know? I feel like by the next game, they'll be having a better balance. But that's kind of where I go with it. But like I said, technically Pokemon isn't a Nintendo game. They own the licensing rights of the games. And while they do have a portion of the stock, they don't have all the stock. That's the thing to look at. It's like, how much of actual control over the game do they actually have? They have enough to say, fix your game, but not enough to make Game Freak actually fix their game. You know? That's kind of where I look at it with. And plus, I mean, they're pretty open to letting people put indie games and stuff on their system. They're just like, when we update to a new system, you have to update the game. We're not going to do that for you. Which, again, I think is fair. Because none of their systems have ever truly been the same. Ever. So that's kind of where I look at with that. But, I mean, I do agree some games can be more the samey, but a lot of those are kind of within the same area. Again, like I said, Pokemon's technically not a Nintendo. I mean, it is a Nintendo game in that Nintendo. But if you look at it as well, whenever Nintendo actually makes the game all of a sudden is like quite a bit different and quite a bit better. And then they give it back to Game Freak, and then Game Freak just kind of does what they do. So, you know, that's kind of how I look at it. I mean, and again, you don't have to agree with me. You can have your own opinions. That is the magic of the internet and other people, you know? That's fine. But yeah, I mean, the reality, I think, is that, for Mojang, like I said, I think their big issue, going back to that, I don't think it's about risk. I think it's more about worrying about player ability, like, rather, they worry that people are going to exploit the heck out of it. And it's like, yes, they will. About 20 people on the internet will. Maybe it's even 200 people. But those aren't the people playing your game. Or rather, they are, but they're not the majority, you know? The majority of people won't think of using this as this exploit. That's kind of where I go with it, you know? Just to really, kind of start looking at that. Just realized I need to dump this out of my inventory. And that's the real answer. You can have amazing updates while still effectively making things a little bit less, without worrying as much. In fact, don't worry. Never worry. If there's something you really, really are passionate about, don't do that. Also, don't get upset that like 10 people cheese it within the first week. I mean, and try to fix it. That's not going to help your point. It just means that now people will be determined to cheese it. Ironically. So that's kind of where I go with. It's like, I look at it and I see, like, my biggest thing I see with the updates and stuff is I just see, it's not even that they're playing it safe, it's that they're so worried that somebody's going to overpower blah, 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 with it. They're not thinking. So what is the average single player? They only think in multiplayer now, I think. And I think that's a big problem, honestly. Like, yes, many people play on multiplayer servers, you know? I'm not going to say they don't. And it's good to have updates of that nature as well. What is that sound that I'm hearing? Is there a witch here? But I also say you need to think of having about your single player base as well, you know? You need to stop thinking everybody's on like just multiplayer servers, right? And start thinking, for every multiplayer server there's a potential for at least 2 to 3 single players. Minimum. Plus, most people come on not to play on a server, even if it's just a friend server, but instead to play on a single player world just to check out what's new. And I mean, think of it like this. For 1.20, somebody comes onto a single player server, or just a single player world, right? To see what's new. And the new things are sniffer, pots. Let me see, what else was there really? Trail ruins to find more pot pieces, basically. And the other big thing really was kind of just these things. And, well, some people might be like, you know, I really, really kind of want that for their single player world. There's going to be plenty of people who look at that and go, myself included, what's the use of that for me? Who am I showing this off for? Who's going to see this? And honestly, that's really where I kind of got out of it, is I look at it and I'm like, I'm never going to use this stuff. Like, I don't mind trying to use it and stuff. I get it, but, you know, that's pretty good. I know I already have them breaking, but it's fine. Do I have power 4 on this one? No, it's punch 2. Can I put power and punch on the same bow? Oh, I didn't say it's not cool. Let me be clear. What I'm saying is the problem with it is a very different thing. I'm saying, think of it like this. For me, right? For example, I am an example here. This is where, because I'm just saying, not all, but there are certainly going to be those who are like, I'm playing on Bedrock. Where's my armor? Where do I see my armor? And I'm saying this because as a phone user, this is how, especially, which a large portion of their demographic at this point is, right? When am I going to see it? Oh, when I click on this button? They haven't even given you a way to see it in your screen normal either. Unless you're, I don't even know if you can see it on the Classic either, now that I think about it. I'm not sure you can. You might be able to. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that it's not cool. I'm saying, what's the point on a single player world unless the person in question has some way to see it? That's more my point. Like, oh, you can on the computer. And are you going to be playing like this? That's why I'm using the phone as the example. You cannot F5 unless you go into the menu specifically. All right, let me show you on on the phone. What you'd have to do is you go into settings. You go down to video, and then you have to pick camera perspective and change it. That is how you change with the phone, the Pocket Edition. Also, like I said, I'm not sure Classic. Let me check Classic a second. I don't like it. Again, because I actually started, and this is why I'm saying on phone specifically. Because I prefer that one. Can you see it? Yes, okay, you can kind of see it here. See, this is Classic. But that... Yeah, that's my point. I'm not saying... That's where I was going with it. What's the point on mobile unless you're on a multiplayer server? Or you're using the classic UI, which, by the way, on mobile is so bad. Like, it's part of why I got used to the Pocket one. Even though, obviously, it's not as... I mean, it is more intuitive, honestly, I would say, with the way it's done. Kind of thing. I mean, it's got fewer things to click through to guess where you'd look for something, but beyond that, like I said, that is why I'm saying, who's going to care? It might be cool to see your little character in that, but again, who are you? Like, how often is it going to be cool as well? I mean, that's where I'm really going with this. How long is this going to be awesome before you kind of just go... And why am I doing this again? Because the fact is, for the amount of pain it is to get them as well, I mean, that's the other thing. I have a lot of Dune, certainly. But that's more where I look at it. I look at it and I'm like, but who's going to be looking at it? Like, one, also, when you're playing normally, let's say you have your person over here, right? Right? Are you really looking at it after a certain point? I'm going to say it's cool for an update or two. I'd even say I'd go there. But unless you're trying to differentiate your armor from somebody else's, well, what use is there really? And they basically just used it as a way to nerf netherite. Right? That was their real goal. They got their goal. If you look at it. Because now you need a template to get netherite armor. Because they're like, it's too easy for people to get it. And it's like, not for the casual player. Because the casual player does not have... And I would go here about 10 to 20 hours of free time in a week to just go and do that, you know? And just do that. So that's kind of where I look at it with a lot of it. I'm just like... The update seems cool on paper. That's what I'm saying. It seems cool until you take it for a whirl in single player and really stop and think about it. Trial chambers are designed to be better and better with multiple people, right? Now you boot this thing up on a single player world, and what are you going to have instead? You're going to have where you accidentally mine into it, potentially, or you have to mine around it. And then there's no way to turn the spawners off. That has not been given to people, you know? No matter what, every 30 minutes they're going to spit out monsters. As long as you haven't defeated them, kind of thing. Or as long as you've defeated them, it's like you'll never have peace and quiet there. Kind of thing. And they don't despawn. Maybe it'll work for the mobcat, but I don't think they do. Because that's been made sure to not work that way. So it's that kind of thing. Think of it like that. It's great for multiplayer. And I think that's the problem. They're looking at a multiplayer world and they're going, well, this might make somebody be overpowered. It's like, okay. But see, then from there, what you do is you find ways to curb it. Like I said, if you do something like an experience, it gives you experience, right? Armor. Don't give it mending. And in fact, it gives it a reason not to have mending. And you can even have it be closer to being, if it's armor specifically, You could give it a durability closer to gold. So you gotta add unbreaking, and you gotta be very careful with it. Know when you're gonna use it, kind of thing. It wouldn't be great, but it might be useful. It might be something that could save your life. But maybe it just depends on what you want. Like maybe if you're going to go fight a wither, right? Maybe you'd want this new type of armor kind of thing. But maybe for a regular day, you wouldn't. That's kind of where I look at it, especially on Bedrock, because Bedrock wither is no bueno. No bueno at all. But, I mean, that's the kind of thing I look at. I'm not looking at it as, is this great overall? Or is it great for, like... I am looking at, is it great overall, rather than looking at, is it going to be somewhat great for, like, 2 weeks? And they still haven't fixed the recipe for the copper trap door either. Or door, I think. So that's another thing. It's like, for this update, it's going to just be kind of it. So see, that's what I'm going with it. Is I'm not saying, like... And notice, I updated, obviously, on both my world... Like, I guess I didn't update on this one, but I did update my Java world and go get the pink wood, and I have a whole... I have a whole cherry blossom village, right? Okay, I'm not going to say I didn't do that, but I look at it and I go... As an update, was it really worth it? And my answer is no. Unless you're going to go out and find every template, which, again, I mean, are you? You might go look for the ones you want, but that's not going to lead you to getting all the others. And that's just kind of where I look at it. I don't like just say, well, that's life for you. I do need to make beds, by the way. I should probably sleep and then do that before I finish up. But like I said, I'd love to see something that's more... is more player-oriented. Maybe some more stuff, and then the end. I really do think that they should put more in there. And also make it clear there's a reason to actually go to the end as well, not just the dragon, because I think part of what they look at is they see this demographic of it's like only, I think it's like only 1% of people on Bedrock or something have ever beat the game in survival. So that they've gotten the achievement. And by the way, I have done that, just in case you're curious. Obviously not this world. On my mobile world. And then I didn't really have an interest in Elytra, and I didn't really feel much use for anything there, so I just kind of never went and did it again. I was just like, for the amount of effort it takes, it just doesn't feel like enough. I've done it. But considering I have to make the rockets myself and I don't want to make a creeper farm or deal with creepers, I mean, not that that's the right answer, I'll be honest, it's probably the wrong answer to have to that, but at the same time, it's just kind of like, it is an answer. It's like, there's a reason why I haven't done it again. I'm halfway tempted to, on this world, to actually go in and be like, yeah, you know, maybe I should, don't I have a pair of shears here somewhere? I swear I did. Let me check around a minute. Like, I could go, well, maybe I should get them. Shulker boxes. I'm still not really tempted by the wings, though, because the wings are just kind of... they aren't exactly I mean, they're fun. Let me be clear. And the Elytra is fun. But, especially considering in this world here, I'm not trying to design it around the idea of using an Elytra. I mean, there's just not much point in getting one. I might get one for the end, but then it'll be stuffed in the closet because I am bad at fighting. So I'll still end up with just a chest plate that I'm not looking at. Again, not all updates should be meant to me. I'm not going to say that that's the case. Just gonna go out there and give that there. I don't think that should be. I'm only saying. I do feel like for a lot that they take into consideration, they really don't. That's kind of more along the lines of what I'm thinking. They're taking all their considerations into the idea of like Java multiplayer, but then Bedrock single player kind of just gets ignored. I think that's kind of where I'd really go with it. And I feel like it sounds like I'm just trying to be. I like the game. Notice I'm playing the game, right? I just feel like the updates that they're lackluster. Yes. I especially think, though, they just kind of feel like they aren't thought through fully. I mean, that's my biggest thing to me, is it feels... Or rather, it feels like it's overthought. And so... Yeah, see? He sells blue ice, too, see? I think I even bought a piece from the guy. Or I might have gotten lucky and not had to, but... See, another use for the Wandering Trader that it doesn't seem like it's a good use until you're in a world with basically little to no ice, and all of a sudden it's like this. This is amazing. And he has dripstone too, by the way. Dude's incredible. The thing is, that's not their big focus with the Wandering Trader. They aren't going, hey, we do all these things, maybe we should add a few more things like that. Because I think, again, they're kind of going, well, what if it's overpowered? And it's like, stop thinking that. Stop thinking that what if something's overpowered? Instead think, is it fun? Then think, if you feel it's a little overpowered, how do you adjust it? Not remove it, adjust it to make it feel a little bit less. I mean, that's the real answer in its own horrible way. I should probably make... I have an iron axe, actually. I was gonna be like, I should make an iron axe. I'm like, wait. Heck, I mean, and don't worry about being modded. To be honest, if we could get something like the hammer from mods or vein miner, I think that'd be amazing. I think it would make sense too. Especially considering how much they keep adding for the grind, because they're worrying about how much, well, they're worried about how long it takes people to finish the game. But the problem is those people still finish the game anyway. I mean, that's the other thing I look at. It's like, don't look at the person who finishes the game in 20 minutes and say, well, look, they use villagers. If you want to look at it, look at the fact that they went to the end and they got all the things they needed there. I mean, that's kind of where I'm at. Changing villagers is not going to change the people who get to the end and get all their stuff in the first 20 minutes of the game. It's not going to stop the people who make tunnel bores on Java. It's not going to change those people. It's so weird. It's like nerfing things because it's so easy on Java, especially, is weird to me. You know? It's like, then make Java and Bedrock the same. I still go here. Villagers on Bedrock are far more difficult to use than on Java. Weirdly enough. It doesn't seem like it should be. I'll go there. But they are. And I mean, I'm actually being serious about it. They really and truly are. I don't know how they... I don't know how they can claim that there's parity with that when having played with them, you know, on both. For example, on Java, you know, you buy all their stock out, right? What do? They give you a discount. On Bedrock, you buy all their stock out, what do? They give you a price hike. I'm serious, by the way. I think this is the weirdest thing to me. They're upset because Java villagers are overpowered. And I'm just, like I said, I think to myself, then make them Bedrock villagers. Because their trading system is agonizing compared to Java. Literally. I don't know, I kind of wish I was kidding. Plus, another thing, just to say, on Java, you have actually got extra places you can get books that you cannot, or get a slot for getting a book to buy that you can't on Bedrock ever. Because of how it's set up. This is where I go with, before focusing on, like, going, well, this needs to be fixed. They do need to look at parity, but I mean, they won't actually look at parity because, you know, it goes against their narrative. But I do say that, you know? I don't know why Bedrock's so much harder, by the way, to use villagers. Just to say that. Because I am very serious when I say this. I don't know if Snow's still here, but Snow can be my witness to how much more, like, as far as trading goes, the difference between them. As I've done both on this channel. A lot. And that's kind of where I look at, you know? Yeah. See? It's... And, I mean, this is where I go with... I'm like, if you want to make it harder, just make them to Bedrock. It wouldn't even... I don't even think it'd be as hard. Ironically. And it would make things more consistent. And parity-driven. Woo, they love that, right? They won't take away Java's precious things. But they'll take away, they'll happily take away Bedrocks, actually. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, come on. I mean, no way you could think this is the same. Alright, I'm gonna want to make some beds now. I put them in and build it, but, yeah. I think that to me is it's both funny and sad, you know? It's like, either they're the same or they're different. Either the problem is prominently on both or it's not. And I mean, I've said it before. I mean, I have diamond armor right now, but that's on my Bedrock world, but that's because the nether issue. But the fact is, I don't think too much about it, because, like, on... Usually, I mean, that kind of was what I was showing on Bedrock. I was like, look at this, what I'm doing. Until the nether incident, and I needed to get better armor, but... on Java, ironically, I was like, well, if they're going to change villagers anyway, I'm going to go get everything I need from villagers. Because... I mean, I might as well. Which is the irony. It's like it didn't make me go, ooh, maybe I shouldn't use villagers. It made me go, well, I better get them in place. And never think too hard about that on that world. Because I have everything. And that's the irony. Like I said, I really do think they should just make them the same one way or the other. And then decide. And maybe they can't make it like Bedrock's, because Bedrock's is more, I don't know. I already talked to you, right? Yeah. Well, difficult. And I mean, this doesn't even count all the awesome, I mean, and I'll go here. If I wanted to be able to buy a book at any tier, I can. On Bedrock if I have the right resource pack because of how they've done it. This is another reason to actually do some parody. Or at the very least, I can see what they have in every section. It's a pretty easy one to install, and it's a resource pack in both cases, so it doesn't even cause any issues. Your world will still be able to have full achievements with it. I find it funny more than anything. Let me be clear. And notice I'm not using it on this world, which I did show. But I just think it's kind of ironic that it's like, I mean, parody is necessary overall, I would argue. The concept that it's not really being given the thought for whether it should be or not is weirder to me. Honestly. Toss those. Keep them out of render distance and leave them in the water. Did any chickens pop out? That would be funny. I don't think so, though. Yeah, because they're out of render distance when they pop. Which I think is kind of funny on both Java and Bedrock. Oh wait, a chicken spawned. Water chicken, I guess. Two chickens spawned. Yeah, that's another thing. That's another reason why chickens are not the best. They're kind of eh. Also, you can't put leaded animals in boats on Bedrock, by the way, in case you're curious. I think it's a bug. I don't know if they fixed it, but... yeah. And I'm not just saying this because of the llamas. I'm not sure if that's actually or not, but... you definitely can't do it with, other animals. Either. I've tried it with cats. I've tried it with sheep. What the heck? And boom, across. That'll make 4 beds. Let me just actually populate this village a little bit, or set it up to be populated. So the question, like I said, is do we keep a singular, I guess do we keep a guy in here that'll be a farmer at the end? I suppose is the question. Should I do that? I would probably keep him locked in his house, if I'm being honest, or I will have to come up with a way to keep him out of this. And I'm not sure which I would want to do. But yeah, it's super annoying. And as the petals fall. But like, I'm not against their update styles or anything. I do feel like I have to be clear on this. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. I think it's fun. Some of them. But I think they are overthought. And that a lot of what's... I start getting concerned whenever I see something and I'm like, For example, part of why I did not vote for the crab, and let me be clear on this, was because I didn't think they'd actually expand the view, or extend the view very much. I still don't think they would have. I think they were going to use it as a quote-unquote parody feature and make it so the Bedrock wouldn't have that block extra, but it would be given that little... You wouldn't be able to complete it as much because, well, they did give you the ability to reach still that block, but now you need to go out like 20 blocks to get it. I do... And I know, maybe I'm just thinking the worst of people. I'll go there. I'm not going to claim I'm not. But that's kind of where I look at it and I go... That's why I'm not just like... terribly ecstatic, you know? I'm like, could be interesting. But so often it turns out that they're just kind of using it as a bait and switch. By the way, this is also not available on Bedrock. Or mobile version, rather. I think it's at the same side. Yeah. What are you up to, kitty? But yeah, I mean, that's kind of where I look at it. It's just like... It's like that. I look at it in a very pessimistic way, ironically. Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should look at it in a more positive way. Like, oh, they wouldn't do that. What do you think, Suna? Should we have a more positive outlook? Like, of course they wouldn't do that. No. He just gave me this look like, what? What are you talking about? Why are you talking to me? He's so cute. But yeah, no. I mean, that's kind of where I'm left with. For me personally, is I'm just left with... It just... You know what? Maybe I should just go buy some beds. Oh, I think I got rid of my bed. Let me get it. Let me sleep. Let me go to the other village. And then, I guess, let me get some more beds real quick. But, I mean, like I said, maybe I'm just very cynical. Maybe, or being very cynical kind of thing. Maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm just thinking the worst, you know? But, I mean... I just look at how they do things and then I'm like, I just don't trust it. I really don't. Suna, leave that alone. I know you like it. Yes, it's very pretty. And shiny. My cat likes shiny things, just in case you're curious. Oh, you found a collar. That is very shiny. What are you doing? Is that your collar? No, it's not your collar. You're wearing your collar. What am I talking about? What the heck? Oh, you probably like it better because it's orange and shiny. Right, sorry. I mean, his is too, mind you. It's just his has a pattern on it. But he liked... my little kitty likes the color orange and he likes very shiny things. What are you eating? No, don't eat that. Don't eat that. What are you eating? What are you eating? What are you eating? Come here. What are you eating? Whatever it was, he swallowed it. I'm hoping it was a treat. You gross cat. Alright, let me go buy some beds. Because I can. What are you doing? You know, that's a feature to think about. Like I said, I just start getting pessimistic. I'm like, they're just gonna, because they're gonna overthink it. They're gonna be like, oh, it's overpowered. It's just because these people do it this way. And it's like, assuming that everybody plays the same way is kind of weird. Even Nintendo says, you're not gonna play the same way as somebody else. Duh. You know? I mean, for Pete's sake. I'm gonna go here. Tears of the Kingdom literally added a whole storyline where you get to join the Yiga. Probably because there were people that wanted that, you know? Again, you can find it lackluster as a sequel if you choose to, but at the same time, it added a lot of things to let you do. That's funny. It's interesting. It makes you really think about it. If you want to, and if you don't, it's fun. It's stupid fun. You can go be the bad guy. And only a small number of people realize that you are actually the hero. Whereas in this game, they're basically trying to remove any way for you to be the bad guy. Or any reason. It's like, this is the sandbox game, guys. You know? This is the version you can play, like, and do whatever you want. If I want to have the ability to, I don't know, kill allies and get their wings or something stupid like that, I technically should be able to. I know I could probably mod it in, but at the same time, it's like, you might as well have a drop. After all, even dolphins, like up until dolphins, they had drops. That's the thing that's super weird about the newer stuff. Is, like, you don't get anything for killing them. And you might go, well, that's because it's like, but there should be something you can have. But just because they don't want you to, doesn't think you're doing. Even cats drop string, as horrible as it is. Mm-hmm. You know? So it's kind of like, so why not just include more things like that? It could be horrible. It could even be useless. Maybe you can have goats drop something akin to mutton. Maybe give it its own name, but it looks similar to mutton, you know? After all, people do eat goat meat, right? It's not like it's, Kitty, what do you think you're doing? Thank you. It's not like it's out there, you know? Of all the things. Heck, why not have it that you can cook eggs? I mean, after all, it's pretty realistic in the real world. Maybe it only gives you a hunger haunch, you know? But then you could have an infinite source of food that's different. Maybe you can mix things and match them. Maybe you could use eggs in more things. Like I said, I really do wish they would do a farming and food update. Give more things to do with the food. Especially since they're so determined to just kind of expand out the base game, right? I want to expand it out so you have to grind more anyway. Might as well give more things to actually do rather instead of just going, well, now you have to spend about 2 to 3 hours longer looking for the things to make it your netherite armor. If you're lucky. Instead, go, well, if you want to expand things out a little bit, go, well, if you're not going to use villagers, you can make, and maybe like the way to make bread is you have 2 ways. Like maybe you have bread and then you have satisfying bread. You know? Maybe satisfying bread uses eggs. Now you need chickens for better bread, but you can still have your base bread too. You are who I'm looking for. Yeah. And thank you. Haiku. Yes. See? Oh, did you actually level up? What'd you get? Banners in the top as paintings. Okay. Well, I already knew this, but still. And by the way, I could just buy cheers from him. But basically, here, I'm going to show you why, another reason why Bedrock villagers are different than Java villagers. See this guy, his trade. See this guy, his trade. See this guy, his trades. You could start seeing a pattern here. And if I could go into Java, I could show you that you can actually, like for example, and again, like I said, this is Java versus Bedrock. On Java, you could have a trade for a book here. Yes, I have Feather Falling 4. I got pretty lucky to get that, and I kept it. But I have to go twice as long as on Java to get Feather Falling 4 or Mending or whatever, because there's no chance to get it in this slot. Plus, like I said, if I was to actually trade with this guy, like for example, Mr. Wool guy, if I had actually traded all his wool, right? I guess it's this Fletcher dude. I guess it could make a point, but I really don't want to. I'm just saying, then it would go up. Ironically, the price / number of items does not go down that you're required to have. It would go up instead, because I guess it's meant to be supply and demand. You're giving a higher demand so that they're like, well, they can sell it for more. And ironically, on Bedrock, it's rather on Java, it's the opposite. You pay them more and they'll give you less. They'll give you better deals. You know what? Let me grab this a second. Let me make sure I take this back with me. Have an extra one. So I mean, that's kind of where I look at it and I'm like, fix it. One or the other, fix it before you go start doing things to be like, well, now you have to go all the way out here to get that villager, and that villager, now you're going to be left with, well, why am I going all the way out there for this? I'm going to have to spend about 20 minutes here in Bedrock, once I have it, to get all the books I need. When on Java, it's going to be like, yeah, I could take this guy. Actually, not 20 minutes. It'd probably be longer, because the thing is, so they reset twice a day. I'm pretty sure on both Bedrock and on Java I've seen, right? They have 2 times they can reset. The first time Mr. Bedrock Villager resets, it resets to higher. You have to wait an extra about 5 to 10 minutes. Actually, yeah. Depending on if you're going to sleep through the night or not, if you choose to do it the day of. / if you do it the day, it can be up to 15. But basically, okay, baby? Oh, you're playing with your toy. You're having fun. But yeah, I just still go with, if they're gonna change villagers one way or the other. I'm not against them having either functions. I'd like them to be across the board, especially if I'm now going to have to go searching across the land to hope to find it. That's just kind of how I feel. Heck, give other ways for villagers to get you certain books and things. Also, by the way, one of the books in question does not exist on Bedrock that they would have villagers still give you. In other words, Bedrock players would have one less book if they were to update villagers than on Java. This is where parity issues are very important to actually deal with, rather than going, well, that biome should be a different color. Or, hey, you shouldn't be able to make cobwebs in a string, even though it kind of makes sense. And maybe you should be able to do it by vice versa as well, you know? Nope. Logic is, of course, that, no, you shouldn't do that. You can't do that, because that would be, I'm not sure what. And by the way, I bring that one up because that was something they did with, I believe it was 1.20? I did think it was exceedingly dumb. It was either 1.19, one of the 1.19s or 1.20s. Because it's like, why? Also, I think I have enough beds, by the way. I'm not sure. Some of them are going to get purple beds, some of them are not. I'm going to get the white boring beds, but it's fine. And that's kind of where I look at it. It's like, okay, so one, what makes this OP? You know? What makes being able to turn cobwebs into string OP? Or even vice versa. It gives you reasons to go into mine shafts if you don't want to make a spider spawner. The only reason to consider it bad is because that means you're not going to make a spider spawner necessarily, because you already have what you need. But that's silly, because they don't want you to just make farms. Oh wait, every single thing they do is around making a farm as well, except for the smithing templates, blah. But it still kind of requires you to have something along those lines. I don't know. I just think it's kind of... That is the one thing I will be whiny about, is the villagers. I'm going to be honest, okay? Everything else, I'm just kind of left with. I look at it and I'm like, I see potential. I think it's disappointing when they really don't like capitalize on it, and they just kind of or they just decide, yeah, you know what, that's OP, and it's like, but is it? Not because somebody said so online, who also isn't playing this version of the game, by the way, half the time. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, is it truly worth it? You know, I think that's the question that I really have, you know? Is it really worth it? And you could say yes. Yes, it is worth it. It is very worth it to you, you know? This is mine now. Nuna, what are you doing? What the heck? I hit the wrong button because I can't see your butt. But no. No. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just crazy. Maybe I just think I understand the world, but maybe I don't. I think that's where I kind of start going with it. I'm like, I don't know. I don't know what people like. I don't know what people are going to feel like with it, you know? It's not... I could just be crazy. No, just go here. Right. I could be insane. I think that's a potential possibility there. Depending on how you feel about it, you know? I'm gonna have to make another bed, but I mean, like I said, I don't know. At what point is it logical, and at what point is it not? I'm gonna have to get a guy in there, by the way. Maybe 2 guys. But yeah, I just kind of, that's where I'm left with, is a effectively, it's like, I like certain things. I think certain things are really cool. I love chains, even though I do wish you could do diagonals with them. I feel like there's a logic to it, but you know what? Whatever. I mean, like rails kind of thing, you know? Rails can do it. Why not chains? But beyond that, I will go here and say, I do think it's like, I enjoy some things, but I honestly have felt like the lacklusterness, it's not just the amount of things, you know? I don't care about the amount of things. I just feel like the types of things that they're adding are lackluster. And honestly, I think it's cool they're adding new mobs that are hostile. You know why? Because I've said it before. I think they should add more hostile mobs. Even though I don't like hostile mobs, I think that the game could use more. New types, new everything. It's just to freshen up the gameplay loop. I'm not against having a more, even though like I said, I don't personally, I think it's good. I think having something that's decent loot, even though I'm probably never going to go into the trial chambers, but I might. But beyond that, I think that for the people that do go in, they should get an advantage. You want to know why? Because they actually bothered to go in. I think it's fair for them to get something special that only they get. Maybe. It might feel unfair, but at the same time, I don't think it really is. Not really, because they put in the extra effort. You can't just say, well, they did extra work. They don't really deserve anything, though, because, well, it's optional. Because kind of, it's not, well, one, it's not really, but 2, if you choose to think of it as optional and all that, especially if you have to go out and look for more and more vaults to find that elusive item, you might as well make it a good item. It might as well not be the respawn anchor or whatever. Well, not respawn anchor. Respawn anchor is actually good. The compass. The, what's it called? What was it called? The recovery compass. Oh. Is this actually... No. Good. But this one works. I thought that this didn't work anymore. I thought it didn't work. I haven't died this session, I guess, but... This works. Is this... I thought they fixed that. It seemed like they did, at least. Did they fix this one? Like, I thought they fixed this one, too, didn't they? Nope, they haven't fixed it. Or it unfixed itself. Dear. Hello, Night. I'm just about to finish up. I'm running a little late. I was getting some stuff done. I was finishing off actually being able to put villagers in the village. I thought I might as well do that. But we can hang a second. It's fine. How you doing? I hope you're doing well. We go get more wool. Anyway, like I said, I don't know. I don't think it's a bad thing, mind you, that to have. I see. Fair enough. I kind of figured. I mean, although it was a little piratey, but other than that, me arty. It was understandable. But yeah, no. All I was saying is I think that there's a little bit more on the right track for this update. I do. Although at the same time, I feel like it's because they got something, like they were told something behind the scenes, like I said. Because, well, one, the things that they're going to be adding don't completely feel like they fit, if you will, to what they were planning. Instead, all of a sudden, it does feel a little bit more like... I don't know. Maybe. Or, heck, it could just be as simple as they thought, haha, we'll add those, the add-ons on. And they'll prove that modders are different. And then many of the big, and then you have, like at least a few of the big mod creators, right? Go, well, then I could just port my mod over. No big deal. And all of a sudden it becomes very difficult to argue that modders... I'm being silly there. I don't think it really was that. Okay, but it's kind of funny. It's like... I thought it was kind of funny that they basically... And note, I'm not saying this in a negative way. Okay? I think it's fair enough to the people who made the mod, but I just found it funny that they're opening up add-ons and the people behind the create mod, right? Effectively went, yeah, I could do that. That's kind of where I'm at. Just to be clear. I think it's funny. And then, sorry, I got distracted by the recipe, but... And then, of course, the whole, change of things happened after that. It's a funny thing to look at and be like, well, that's quite funny. Not saying it's good or bad. But, ironically, I could see if some of the bigger modders do start, especially with how they're going to update this update now, making it more ability to do some cross-platform mods / add-ons. I could see people going, you know, I mean, if I'm making it anyway, I might as well, you know, make some money off the Bedrock people. And then the argument kind of comes null and void. You can't say, well, modders aren't as good as anymore, you know? So now you gotta prove you actually are better. But other than that, I don't know what it is. I think that they probably did just get told. If I had to guess, it's again the whole Pal World Lethal Company thing where it's like, oh look, they're eating our lunch. Do something. Like, I could believe that, you know? Because, well, I don't have a particular interest in Pal World. The irony is, it's not necessarily for Pokemon fans, but for people who like survival games like Minecraft, that are a bit of a sandbox game like Minecraft, or Ark. I'll acknowledge Ark too, but I'm just saying. It might hit that sweet spot for them. I'm just saying, then it becomes a very different issue, you know? Becomes a, yeah, someone is eating our lunch. Get her lunch back, you know? again, like I said, I have no interest in Power World. I tried to look into it some because I thought, maybe it, but then the more I see it, the more I'm like, it's not for me. So let me be clear. It ain't for me. But with Craftopia too, again, I don't know. It doesn't really seem like my kind of thing, but for those that are interested in that kind of thing, it is, which a lot of... With what? I'm confused. I'm just saying, like, I could see the people who are upper, and management stuff for once actually being like, instead of going, yeah, you do what you want, going, you know what? I've never played PlanetSide, so I don't really know, but I'm just saying I could see them all of a sudden actually being interested because they're like, we are going to start losing money because these silly little indie games, and they really are more along those lines, right? Or small company games are actually filling up people. Like I said, it's ironically, I don't think Pokemon has any problems because they're different games. Yep, exactly. It'd be interesting. I think beyond it, it'd be like, the fact is, it means that people are less interested in just like some trims and stuff kind of thing. I honestly think, especially since you could see the first real change kind of came after Power World, or rather added it. Like, I didn't think they were gonna add anything. I'm gonna be honest. After well, seeing as the fact they really weren't adding anything, and then all like, you have these games coming along that are very fun, that do that kind of thing, and especially, again, I'm gonna go here. Well, I know I won't be playing it because I don't have the PC version. Stardew Valley is getting an update this year. And there will be a hopefully sooner than later, within like a couple months, it'll come to consoles and phone. That's yet another game that'll be getting kind of, instead of people paying money for another copy of Minecraft, they might pay for a copy of Stardew Valley and things like that. I mean, ironically, I'd say that they should be looking at that. They don't. But I do think they looked at the Power World thing and they're like, that's a lot of money. And more specifically, at the fact that it turns out they have another game they weren't so well known for, called Craftopia, that is very Minecraft-esque, which now has gotten more popular because some people who aren't interested in Power World are going to be interested in that. Or to make sure that they actually give the devs more money. Or whatever. Again, I'm going to go here and say, I do not care about Power World. It's not my type of game. I think it's fair for those who like that kind of game. Let me be clear. I tried to get into it. I tried to look into it. It really just doesn't feel my vibes. But the fact is, a lot of people do like it. Because it's like Ark. Because it's like Minecraft. Because it's like those survival type games. Or rather, what Minecraft used to be, right? And so that's kind of where I look at it, and I'm like, you start seeing, you've not seen enough, fair enough. I've tried, honestly, I waited for enough of the hype to die down, because every time I thought to go look into it, then literally it's just like, all these channels would just be yelling. And again, I still say this is the real reason that Nintendo said they'd look into it, even though I don't think they cared all that much about Power World. And I think it was all the people who kept going, it's like Pokemon, right? But better. It's what Pokemon should be doing. Blah, 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 right? Those people. Not the people who are Pokemon fans going and whining, right? I still don't think it's that. I think that they literally was just all the people who kept... Fair enough. I don't really have the money either. Like I said, I looked at it and I thought, maybe. But then I was just like, I waited till the hype to go down and I was like, well, let's just see. And then it's just like, Ironically, like, so much of it still is when I try to just look into it. Oh, it's better than Pokemon, or oh, Nintendo people are just whiny or whatever. And I'm just like, I don't care. The one who compared it to Pokemon first, I don't think were the Pokemon fans overall. Ironically, I feel like the people who are really doing this are the people who are trying to claim how great Pal World is. But beyond that, like, trying to actually get into it, a lot of it just isn't interesting to me. So that is my real answer. And again, you can like the game. I think it's fine. I think it's fair. And like I said, I still say, I think the real reason why it was not taken down, and it could have been taken down with, I would say, ease, whether or not people think so or not. And the reason why I think it could have is simply put the people who actually were claiming the game was so amazing. I still go there. I don't think it had anything to do with the people who were claiming to be Pokemon fans and going on about it. I honestly think it was the people who were just going, well, they can't do anything because it's technically legally distinct. And I like, especially when I saw some of the pals, and I'm just like, they're not distinct enough for that. If Nintendo wants to take them out, I'm sorry, I think they could. And it wouldn't even be hard. Because of one thing and one thing only. And that is region variants. But again, like I said, I don't care. I don't play Pokemon either. I have no dog in this fight. Well, yeah, Nintendo has the money. But like I said, beyond that, I mean, the people who kept drawing the comparisons of how close they really were, but they weren't really, were the people who were saying this game is so amazing. This is the irony. You certainly had stupid people on the Pokemon side, but overall, the people who I felt like that really were selling the whole, oh, no, they literally just stole stuff, and they are going to get away with it, was, ironically, or they're hoping to get away with it, rather, was the people who were super into the game. Honestly, especially considering they're talking about now how they're losing money, I think that they were hoping that Nintendo would sue and then they could try and claim some settlement or whatever, you know? And then, well, Nintendo didn't sue because Nintendo didn't care. They said, whatever. And the only time they ever said they were looking into things was after a bunch of people kept saying, on both sides, they are just the Pokemon. That is my opinion. I really do think so. Especially the people who were defending the game. When the people who are defending the game are the ones going, yeah, no, they look like Pokemon, but they're legally distinct enough. Even though, again, I go here, regional variants exist in Pokemon. They would have simply argued that this is messing with their brand. And that is one way, because if people think it's Pokemon, especially parents and grandparents, Nintendo has an excuse. Ironically. The fact they didn't go after it, I still think it's because they want Game Freak to get better, and they're themselves like, well, we can't do anything, but maybe this will get their butts in gear. And I do go there. I do think that's the real answer. Otherwise, Pal World would have gotten their nice, hefty settlement, and they'd have been shut down. Or the Pals would have made a little more legally distinct. Because, let's be real. I think the biggest thing to me is the fact that the art style is clearly, for the characters, sort of, really for the Pals, are very Pokemon-esque, and then the background. Exactly, variants of existence, and, yep. And that's why I go with Lavender, for example, having seen it, I think they could easily go, well, that just looks like it's a variant of the one that people keep comparing it to, even. There's others that look like Mew. I don't care. Okay? I don't care about either game. I don't play Pokemon. I played one Pokemon game. I did not have fun. As you know, I think Pokemon's fine. I think it can be fun. But at the same time, I have no dog in this race other than to say the people who were stupidest about it were the people trying to defend the game. The people who were the semi-whiny Pokemon fans moved on. Most of them played the game, had fun with it, and said, well, I don't have any issue with this game. Why would I have any issue with it? And said, only people on Twitter are complaining about this game. And again, I go with, the ones defending the game going, well, Pokemon should make a game like this that's so violent and da-da-da-da. Again, because it looks like Pokemon, but it's violent. The one who's making a case is them. I don't really care. No, like I said, I don't. I think the game looks like it could be fun for people who enjoy it. I don't think it's my game. Honestly. Who knows? Maybe in 4 or 5 years I'll come back and be like, you know what? I'll try playing it and I'll actually have fun then. But for right now, I suck at survival games. And that's the real answer. That is why I have no interest in it. Plus, it is a little too close. The pals are a little too close to Pokemon for me. Well, I mean, if you think about it, Arceus is basically that. Except you can't catch people. So, in its own way, it's still copying the ideas of Pokemon. For the pals side of it. But it's just the Arceus side instead. And I don't think that's a bad thing. Inspiration is fine. And the thing is, how to know Nintendo wasn't going to go after them, probably. The other thing is, otherwise, Genshin Impact would have been destroyed a long time ago. Let's be real. I don't think they care that much. I think they care more about them getting it on their system and being like, yep, we have it on our system. And it's the same argument. It's like the people going, and the other thing I think is the people who are defending the game are also going, if Nintendo could have gone after these types of games, they'd have gone after Digimon a long time ago. And it's like, no, because it's not the same game. It's part of why they won't go after this game. They don't consider it Pokemon. Which is where you're lucky. But they haven't decided, these look too much like some variants we were going to add to the game. Kind of thing. Because I bet you they do. That's the irony. But beyond that, I like I said, I don't think they care that much. I really, really don't. And they have, because their game is not really, like you said, it's not meant for adults. In that way. They can have a more gripping story or whatever. But let's be real, a lot of it is very predictable, and that's how they choose to go about things for Pokemon. And I think that's the real answer. Like I said, I don't care about Palworld in that sense because I have no interest in playing it. But I also think, yeah. That it would. I think Nintendo would probably be out on top. And like I said, I think that Nintendo would have a chance at winning simply by arguing that their variants kind of thing is a thing, and they might even have the ability to pull out some concept art and go, so this is concept art that we haven't either used or we're going to use in the next game. Even if they threw it together that minute. There's no proof otherwise, you just got to put a date on there. Beyond that, again, like I said, they would use it. I think what they would argue is the fact that it's effectively messing with their brand, you know? If their brand for Pokemon would be meant, and it would be Game Freak specifically, not Nintendo, ironically, that would be meant to actually go after. But if Nintendo was to go after it, just to point this out, they could argue because of brand recognition. It looks like their games. Whether it is or not, it's clearly trying to And because it has a very, very different style of gameplay and stuff. And that is how they have won cases in the past, by the way. Because remember, some fan games have been shut down in the past. Not because they were making money, but because brand recognition-wise, it looked like it was a Pokemon game. But it was not. This game looks kind of like it's a Pokemon game. But it's not. I think if they wanted to take it out, that's all they have to do. It looks like one. But it doesn't feel like one. But it's not on their system. And so I don't think they care. They care about games that are trying to be put on their system and stuff like that, or effectively being sold or presented as they could be the actual game. But the people who actually own the game, right, that made the game, have come out on multiple times and said, no, it's not Pokemon. It is legally distinct. So that's why I say I think they were after money, and then they didn't get the money. And now they're like, oh, it's just like, whatever. Luckily, a good game came out of it, you know? Exactly. That's exactly all they have to do. Yep. Is argue that's in the... Yep. That's the irony. Brand recognition is very important. And it's not distinct enough for that. But again, like I said, I don't think they care. I don't think they think that parents are going to accidentally buy these games and think that it's their games. They have enough leeway. I think the only people who've made it into that are the people who keep defending the game. And I really do think so. I think they ignore the stupid people on Twitter because those people don't know anything at all, right? But they acknowledge the people who are responding to those people and going, yeah, it is basically Pokemon, but also Arc. Even though it's not, apparently. It's basically Arc with a tiny smidge of maybe Pokemon in it. People who actually, aren't just trying to own the Pokemon people, right? Or fans. And it's like, that's a huge difference in gameplay-wise. Anyway, I do need to finish. I have been going for too long. It's been a pleasure having you guys, though. I'm sorry I went on that rant. I don't think you actually care too much. But it's been a pleasure having you. I hope to see you again tomorrow for some more, I hope to see you tomorrow for some more Minecraft, but this time it'll be modded as we'll be continuing on our Vault Hunter series. I hope you have a wonderful day / night / whatever it is. Thank you for popping in. Thank you for sticking around. Thank you for saying that, by the way. I state my opinion, I rant. That's how it goes. But I hope you have a wonderful day / night. Thank you for popping in. Thank you for sticking around. And, yeah. Bye-bye.